Вау! Всем здрасте. Так, секунду. Вот так. Кэджем внизу.
Hello, hello, hello. It is race time. It is race time. We are ready to go. We're getting set. We're getting everyone readied up in race time.
Так,
So it's just
как
gonna be
мне звук
just
потише сделать? Чуть
just a
погромче.
tiny bit longer. We're getting set up now, and so it is me. I am Apollo, and I have my good friend Hard Made Easy, formerly known as the Cove, here to help out. Um, and welcome to the race. And how you doing today? I'm excited for this. Hope you are too.
Doing great. How are you?
Doing great. We had a nice little pre-show, as you noticed too on the commentary at the bottom. DH Stom is going to be coming in. We're doing like a little sideline reporter thing. We're going to try it out and see how it is. And there's because we
Да.
can only watch like the 6 kind of races going on the screen right now. There's a lot of stuff that happens off screen, and so hopefully Stom's gonna be able to help out with that as well. But how's chat? Chat, how you doing? Is everyone ready? You
Чат,
guys ready?
чат
I
is
just yeah, and I
hype.
did. I think he was pretty quiet. I did pick him up a little bit. So um, it's funny. I think Gyromite doesn't have like like an audio, so we're just like sitting in silence,
Just
which
gonna
is
be
funny.
dead silent.
Yeah, it's just dead silent, and that's gonna start playing. But yeah, I hope everyone's excited for today. We have 46 racers, which is amazing. We have some great, as you can see in the starting 6 right now. We have Overswarm, Lack Attack, Arcus, Psytown, Bright Shadow, Nest Cardinality. Also, let's see. I think Nest C is playing on a lot of the OG carts, so gonna be some swapping for that. Just making sure things look good here. Yeah, looking for giants is also going to be helping out in the background for, and feel free to type in chat. If someone's doing well, you can free to feel free to say what's exciting, what's going on. Okay, we have an audio issue. Okay, checking on an audio issue quick.
Технические неполадки на старте. Ладно,
Just
сейчас
making sure everyone's kind of ready.
пофиксит.
So how looking at this list of games, um, what's something that you're excited to see today here, Hard Made Easy?
I mean, obviously, lawnmower. Lawnmower is awesome. I'm interested to see what everyone does for the Dragon Warrior randomizer because I feel like there's a lot of different kind of strategies you can take for that or paths you can take for that. Obviously,
Yeah.
Star Wars is a decent ending game because it's definitely got some difficulty to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, there goes Overstorm. Who will get the worst RNG in Dragon War? It's gonna be a good one. It's there's some games at the beginning too that are really gonna you're gonna be able to see who put the work in for some of the beginning games as well, which it'll be fun to see. Yeah, we have a few people just still setting up. I think we have a couple more not ready yet. We're just making sure everyone's ready to go. We don't want to start the race without the full squad, all the racers ready to go. So, yeah, put in chat who are you cheering for today? Type the names. Who are you here to see? We're here to see everyone. And I hope as you see, if you see someone that you've never been able to catch their stream before, like give them a follow. It'll be a good time. Yeah, see, there we go. Spam. CK with the spam. Team Apollo, I saw that. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, watching everyone. That's the real thing. Like, obviously people are putting some time in trying to get a really good finish, finishing the games. But just like learning the games and being able to do this, no matter how long it takes, that's like it's a feat. This is not easy to do. And so the fact that like so many people have joined, so many people join every time, like it's great. It's always a great time. And just being able to, see the practices leading up to the race, see the strategies, see some world records, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, and this one of the two each year is usually all new games, and so it's that much more difficult, I think, to learn 20 relatively obscure games or lesser known games versus the popular viewers' choice ones that we usually see in the fall.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And honestly, I was saying this in the pre-show, but as much as the popular games have, they're popular games for a reason. They're great games. They're true, they're tested. Like those are good games, good runs. A race like this is super interesting to me.
И все, время начинается.
It's great. It's awesome.
Поехали.
Oh, we begun. I didn't even see. There we go. We got the noise going. Okay. So like I said, we have some
Ну что, первый Джеромайт.
going on, and actually it would help if my buddy here could see the race as well. Let's see. So this is Gyromite's going to be 10 phases. I have so many windows open.
Да, 10 уровней. В Джеромайте пройти надо.
So we're expecting the winning time to be around 3 hours, and it's gonna be a good time. But do you know much about Gyromite? I think the characters. There's a cool thing about the ROM that we're using for this race. Normally you would have to use 2 controllers, but there's actually kind of a special edition that we're using here.
Yeah, this was made by I think Jabu back, gosh, almost a decade ago, and lets you use it just with one controller. Which, yeah, makes it much easier in a race like this.
О, погромче, чуть-чуть музычку бы еще. О, вообще нормально.
For those of you,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, for those of you who haven't seen Gyromite, the goal of each level is to pick up all of the dynamite. You'll also see them grabbing some radishes. You can feed the radishes to the smicks, which are the enemies, and they'll kind of forget about you for a little bit if you do that. You can also raise and lower the blue and I don't know if they're red or orange pipes as well.
We see people in the chat talking about the audio. We're fixing it. We're getting it. It was hard when we were sitting on a silent Gyromite screen. So, I mean, it's not a big 20 without at least a little bit of some BB tech. So,
I mean, we'll fix it at least in the next 3 hours, promise.
Yeah, within the next 3 hours. But yeah, it looks like everyone's moving through pretty quickly already through this so far. Yeah, we are very, very live. Yeah. I mean, even these early games, like I see some people talking about, like even these games that only are going to take like 5 minutes or so, like optimizing something like this is super important. Just being able to see what needs to be done and just like squeaking out those extra seconds before moving on to the next game.
Yeah, I think streamers is certainly going to be one where we see some difference in strategies and ability. That is one of the more technical games of the beginning.
Yeah, it looks like there's some sync action going on right now too. Look, if you look at Arcus and Lack,
close.
they're like right. They're both in the same exact spot.
Yep, and Nestcard is right behind them.
Audio wise, we have actually, this is Lax audio is playing. We'll be swapping it as we're gonna kind of bring in people in and out as we go. We're gonna try and keep making, the people in the top positions are gonna stay on for most of it, but we're gonna be swapping a lot of these screens around and swapping some audio around too. And yeah, so we got, what was it? It was 46 racers, I believe. So this is a great, especially for like a new game list. This is a good group. And it's gonna be a tough race.
Yeah, I'm happily surprised by the number of people that joined. That is a really big number for the spring race.
It is a really big number. And as far as like the positions, it's very hard to say right now who's in first. So basically, we gotta let it play out for a few games, then we'll start to know what's going on. But I do know like I know Bright Shadow. Bright Shadow had really good Gyromite times. You know, Overswarm lacked it as well. Scytown.
Да, все верно, но в рамках Big 20 тут не используются роботы, а сразу два контроллера. Точнее, на втором контроллере нужно две кнопки нажимать, А и Б как раз. Да, всем здрасте. Смотрим Big 20. Оу! Оверсвам только что сделал клип какой-то. Прям офигеть. И Вакатак тоже сделал.
Yes, Lucas. This was one of two games that were officially built for the ROB.
Не знаю, вот был бы вариант, конечно, вот так вот смотреть, но только без комментаторов, а только вот комментировать все происходящее. Было бы вообще прикольно. Как бы это все организовать. Это знаете, как вот во всяких киберспортах, там же в каких-нибудь киберспортивных играх, там же трансляция типа одна и та же, но бывает там 10 разных каналов под 10 языков. Вот. Там английский, русский, вот как раз какой-нибудь там еще немецкий, датский, шведский и так далее. Ой, Bright Shadow получил звезделей от монстрика. Так, вторая игра Streamers. Моя любимая игра на самом деле. Стрим отдельно. Ну, блин. Было прикольно, но как там компьютер позволит такое сделать? But essentially, you are going to be using the grappling hook to pull yourself up to various platforms. Да, я просто думаю, такие стримы надо в массы выводить, скажем так. Essentially, just juggling your character in the sky by grabbing many different places one after another. Да, Streamers очень прикольная игра. Тут вся техника основана на таких вот зацепах, как Бионик команда, точно так же. То есть он не может прыгать, а вот так вот цеплять может к стенам. Здорово, Селерон. Смотрим. Big 20. Я не участвую, я уже заранее об этом говорил. Из-за того, что список игр не очень прям такие хорошие к прохождению. Big 20 — это такое мероприятие, где спидранеры играют 20 игр, заранее выбранных администраторами, в общем, сервера или группы Big 20, ну или сообщества, вот. И по определенным целям нужно пройти все вот эти 20 игр на время. То есть вот справа список игр, а в скобочках какая цель нужно пройти. Вот мы первую игру прошли, Gyromite, 10 уровней прошли. Сейчас Streamers, нужно пройти всю игру. Она довольно короткая. Big 20 уже 16 по счету. Поэтому
kind of basic thing, but it does technically
Это уже в
save time.
16-й раз
Doors, you
проводят.
definitely don't need to go all the way to the middle. You can just kind of
Первый
barely
Big
be
Dots,
able
по-моему,
to
проводили в
decide the door and be
2014,
able to
что ли,
close off
вроде
on the
как.
inside.
Если судить по одной такой вещи, проводится 2 раза в год такие мероприятия. Ну, считай, да,
There are
с
quite a few doors in this, so it
2014
does actually
примерно.
save a non-trivial amount of time over a whole run.
Да. У меня нет пива. Я не пью сегодня, к сожалению. Да я не хочу так-то. Кола, блин, не люблю колу так-то, на самом деле. Если пепси кола, уже нет пепси колы, а этот, как теперь называется?
This is one of the games that I find a hard time keeping track of.
Добрая
60
кола,
Yeah,
так-то.
there's just so much. There's so much going on. Yeah, it looks like Ark has got is blowing through the game right now.
Так, ну, Локотак, видать, пока что впереди всех. Судя по времени... Оу! И умирать дважды на вот этих шариках. А у Оверсварма тем временем последний уровень — это побег. Надо еще вот этого босса догнать.
You hear there's again another tough
Не помню,
spot here.
как его звали-то.
Deaths from, lack occurring.
А по поводу стримерза,
Again, right there.
есть отдельная игра под названием Action
Yeah, you have the
52.
checkpoints, like, dying is not a big
Вот,
deal in this
и
game, and oftentimes you
в одной
have
из
quite a few
52 игр была такая игра, стримерс. А потом энтузиасты или там
Swarm actually
некоторые люди сделали хоумбрю на эту игру полноценную.
Okay, yeah, so we're going.
И довольно-таки хорошую
yeah, he had a
игру
really solid
сделали.
playthrough
Мне аж
with
понравилось.
streamers there.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna see if
Да. Овер уже лидирует, уже к третьей игре переходит. Joust называется.
so for Joust, one thing we're gonna be looking for, so it's 100,000 points.
О, кстати, музычка сейчас играет. Взята с читаменов. Так, а меня нормально слышно громче, чем остальных вот этих вот комментаторов?
For a lot of people when they were first learning it. I think as a group everyone's gotten a lot better at it. You know, the controls are a little rough at
Да,
times.
спасибо, Тимми, здравствуй.
But it was definitely something
В общем,
that, like,
Joust,
time in.
чё за игра такая?
Just one of those games where, like,
Это,
has to be a little bit, has to be above the other character in order
Комментариев
to-
почти не слышно, главное, чтобы музыку было слышно. Если вдруг, могу
Yeah,
прибавить.
I actually thought when the games were announced that this would
Чё
be
насчет Джауста?
a
Это такая игра, где ты на страусе
but yeah, it seems like
убиваешь
a
других
lot
страусов
of
и
the
при
racers
этом
learned it pretty easily.
собираешь яйца. Если не собираешь яйца, то из яйца вылупливается еще один страус. Поэтому, чтобы пройти уровень или вейвов, ну, этих волн, нужно собрать все
He's
яйца.
very, he has been a Joust player for a long time, so it'll be interesting to see
А цель в Джаусте — это у нас 100 тысяч очков или 20 волн.
You will
Первоначальная
notice at the start of most of these waves, they will be hovering or centering
Первоначальная
over
цель
one
прохождения
small
Джауста
because
составляла
if
просто 20
it
волн,
spawned directly below you,
но
you just
эту
kinda
цель
fly
считали
once and you'll
самой
get
такой
into
нереальной.
it. So, it's a
Она
way to
очень
kinda
сложная
knock
была, и
out,
поэтому
hopefully, a good
админы приняли решение изменить цель прохождения, чтобы полегче было. Bone Fighter, да, типа того, но как бы эта игра еще на Atari выходила, так что не стоит забывать, потому что
and it's looking
она делала компанию Williams, а уж потом сначала на Atari выходила 2600, а затем как с этим. Есть такая игра Миллипед, вот то же самое. Сначала на Atari, потом на NES, ну или на Famicom. Но вот эта игра выходила только на NES. Поэтому вот так. Bone Fight, она же, по-моему, 84-й год вроде бы, или 85-й. Вот. Поэтому Joust выходил раньше. Музыки нету в этой игре, естественно. Тут одни звуковые эффекты. Поэтому вот так. Тимми, а ты чё? Все? Ты отстримил, что ли? Лиги Легенд.
Ну
да, видимо. A lot of people, when they start playing this game, they want to like change directions. And, Понимаю.
whatever direction they're going, oftentimes they want to change that. I think it's a lot easier to just go with the momentum, and if you want to change directions, kind of just smash into something, and you will change directions.
Yeah, whether you like it or not, you're gonna change directions when you smash into that. So.
Так, что тут? Пока не ясно, кто лидирует. Вот у Версварма уже 10-я волна. Типа бонус уровень, нужно собрать все яйца. Кстати, в Mortal Kombat 3 как раз отсылка к этой игре. Когда Шан Цунг делает френдшип, он превращается в этого страуса и скачет за пределы экрана. Если кто не знал.
Yeah, we are almost at a tie. You can look at the scores on this one. Essentially, like Apollo said, most likely for our top runners, it's going to be the first to 100,000, not wave 20. And so, looks like...
Вот как раз примерно месяц назад вот анонсировали список вот этой большой двадцатки. И все вот эти вот дни на практике, вот как раз первые 6 стримеров, которые показали лучшее время в различных играх. Тут сложно сказать, кто победит в этот раз, Overswarm или Вакатак. Пока что сложно сказать, как и игра даст на самом деле.
Yeah, my guess is just OS probably had a lot of eggs that went in the lava, and Black's been able to pick them all up.
Из наших никого нет. Из наших, наверное, никто не участвует в Big 20. Надо сейчас посмотреть. Может, кто-то и случайно бегает. Не, никого не видно. Значит, никто из наших не бегает.
7 lives. It looks like Overswarm actually only has 2 lives left, so he probably wasted some time with some lives too, whereas Lack has a full 7. So he's been playing this super well. It looks like also Nest Cardinality also has passed Overswarm on Joust, and Lack Attack is the first in 2 as actually.
Ну и все. 4-я игра. Six Size. Как правильно называется? Вот, блин, непонятно. От Hudson Soft'а.
And now, as we start going into the next few games, we're gonna start moving in some other runners too. So try to see who we can get.
Или Хехуз, блин. Ну, как-то да, очень странно произносится вот эта игра на английском. Значит, Six Size. Вообще, я про эту игру вообще ничего не знаю, что тут надо делать. Ну, задача пройти 3-й уровень у нас. Вот. Чуть прибавлю, наверное. Вот так. Секс. Ксиксус? Блять, я прослушал. Вакатак так быстро проходит. Ну, он каждый день же тренировался. И срок, конечно, очень сжатый. 20 игр тащить. Зиксус? Ну, блин, как-то очень, да, странно произносить. В общем, такая игра, ты играешь за персонажа по имени Аполло, нужно собирать какие-то звездочки непонятные. И про что эта игра, я толком даже не знаю вообще. Ну, блин, Hudson Soft, конечно, издавал эту игру. Это, конечно, удивление небольшое для меня.
OS did game over on Joust.
Поэтому, если кто-то знает про эту игру, то просветите сюжет небольшой тогда уж. Хоумбрюшки просто в основном вряд ли кому такой заходит. Тут хоумбрюшек 4 штуки, блин, вот. Из-за хоумбрюшек и так вот мало людей участвует. Вот стримерс прошли, потом что у нас будет там из-за хоумбрю? Space Ghouls, Landmauer и какая-то еще одна игра, подожди. Chicken of the Farm, вот. 4 хоумбрюшных игр. И одна игра почему-то запихнули как рандомайзер. Это Dragon Warrior. Я хотел как-то играть, даже купил полный комплект. Но так и не сел. Нифига. Нифига ты мажор, конечно. Полный комплект этой игры. А сколько она стоит, интересно? Любопытно, по какой причине именно такая подборка игр? Вариантов масса, на самом деле. Игр, которые вообще не были на Big 20. Игры составляли так, чтобы средняя продолжительность была примерно в 2 часа 40 минут. Вот. Или что-то еще. Но, скорее всего, первый вариант, поскольку игры, которые вообще не были в Big 20. Не как гиммик. 1005 йен? Не, какой 5? Это маловато на самом деле. Может, где-то 7 примерно тысяч. А как она японка называлась, кстати? Что-то это...
So it looks like on the bottom area too, we see that Serendipity is on Zexis.
Zexis, блин.
It's a tough one to say.
It is a tough one to say.
Zexis pronounced Zex, Zis, Zexis, как-то так. Так, или в Японии известно как Камино Онга Эши Урамыши Денсетсу. О как. То есть... Легенда Урасимы. Камы — это у нас черепаха. Значит, расплата черепахи. Во как.
Yep, so it looks like Lack is making his way on 3-1. He may have just died. Yeah, Lack is definitely on the last level, not necessarily the last
Space Deuce был. Не-не-не. Не, Супер Спринт — это официальная игра. Вроде бы как. Хотя... Нифига, я вот открыл eBay. Тут цены какие-то дешевые. Просто картридж. Есть еще английская версия с сейфстейтами и батарейкой. Офигеть. Ну ладно. Здорово, Гаррет. Наскардиналити, да, самый известный спидранер в серии Dragon Warrior. К вашему сведению. Он мне еще давно помогал в комментировании на Best of NES марафоне. Ну, там, когда мой первый дебют был. В 2017 вроде. Вот.
Yeah, it definitely is. I had not seen this game before the reveal, and it definitely seems like...
Да, судя по всему, вот эта игра, она очень-очень длинная, где-то уровней так 12, что ли, в этой игре. Поэтому она и долгая, и непонятно вроде бы тут, как Metroidvania. Что-то нужно исследовать, искать, убивать и так далее. Это как в этом Monster Party. Практически.
Osnin, this card is always like Apollo. I appreciate your courage. So this boss here is gonna do like a figure 8 move on this cardinality's screen, and you just gotta keep not being hit by the spikes and the eyeballs that get thrown out. But it's the same pattern. The attacks.
Так, пока что по игре я не знаю, кто там в лидерах. У нас кардинальти первым убивает босса, чем Лак-Атак.
There's also some safety strats where you can pause and lose a little bit of time, but it'll help you avoid the eyeball shots.
Так, Инес кардинальти первым прошел. И Лак-Атак идет следом за ним. По всей видимости, да. И следующая игра Loops. Это очень-очень сложная игра, потому что вся игра основана на рандомных выпадениях фигур. Нужно строить определенный круг из труб, ну или по типу фигур Тетриса. Вот. И поэтому нужно соединять линии. Вот сейчас вы увидите геймплей, то есть вот выпадают вот такие вот фигурки, и нужно вот так вот их соединять. И нужно собрать таких 25 штук. Монстр Бати. Да. Посмотрим, кто кого подставит в этой игре.
That runs out, you kind of lose a life and you have 3 lives. And so looking right now, it looks like Nessie is kind of using.
Тут самая главная задача собрать вот 25 штук таких, и не обязательно по какой-либо там длине. То есть можно по-маленькому сделать, но все зависит от того, какую фигуру вам даст игра.
Yeah, and one safety on this, I believe, is if you game over, you get to keep the number of loops that you've created. So if you create 15 loops and then you run out of lives, you only need 10 when you start again.
Да, очень сложная игра.
Longer straight lines to kind of alleviate that. And one thing that we might not see with some of the better loops runners is it seems like as you start filling up your screen.
Судя по всему, плохой рандом у нас кардиналити. Лак-Атак потихонечку лидирует. У него уже 8 собрано.
Yeah.
Да, странная, но в то же время непонятная игра.
Yeah, this is one of the games though that I think the individual strats for the types of loops that people like making, this has like some of the biggest diversity out of the whole race, I think. You see so many different strats by different people.
Поэтому типа Тетриса, вот, но нужно делать вот такую вот цикленность.
It looks like they're at right now 11 to 11 loops.
Nice. Apollo, I think we might be ready for our first sideline report.
Okay. Let's do it. We got the loops going on. And as we're going through loops and Lack and Nessie is going, I'm gonna bring DH Stom back in. Stom, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, just wanted to try and see if this is coming in clear because I have 46 streams open. So can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
We definitely got you loud and clear. I had to make you a little less loud and clear, so we definitely hear you.
Oh, awesome! All right. So I'm happy to report that everyone has cleared Gyromite at this point of all of our racers, but we still have several that are stuck on streamers. Yeah. Everybody else seems to have been moved on to at least Joust, if not Zexies, and it looks like we've got 8 players on loops right now.
Awesome.
Да, вот такой вот статус-репорт. Все прошли Джаромайта и стримерза. Некоторые на Джоусте застряли. И остальной какой-то процент на Ксексис, блин.
There's still time. I'd say right now the thing that stands out to me is there's a couple of racers that we didn't have on our sheets. They're doing quite well. Narblast is one of our players that's already on loops, as is let's see here.
Сейчас посмотрим, кто первым закончит прохождение люпса. У Акатака осталось 5 таких надо собрать. Но игра может затронуть в любой момент. Вот, например, вот такие вот моменты. Besides, like, okay, what game is everyone on? So, да, вообще подстава. Так, Акатаку немножко повезло.
Yeah, I think one thing too is like with these shorter games, it's hard to kind of know what's going on, who's in what place. As we start getting to those later games where they get a little longer, it becomes a little more obvious, and as the games go on, like the crowd.
Видать, мисклик был у Акатака, я смотрю. Так, еще 2 штуки.
To keep an eye on because they are doing well right now. One is X Christine. She is already past Zexis and into loops as well, and another is Worldwide Nuke.
Еще один.
I'm not very familiar with them, but they are also already on 2 loops.
Nice. Okay, that is awesome to hear. And actually, like as soon it looks like I think Sasha is also that we just put on the screen is done with Joust currently moving on to Zexis, so it seems like everyone's moving along.
Все, 25. Волкатак первым собирает. Повезло. И что там, на кардинале сейчас закончит? Так, Трок. Это порт с аркадных автоматов выходила на NES. Трок, по-моему, на 4 вроде как была изначально. Что тут нужно сделать? Нужно, видать, собирать все вот эти вот яйца, как Пакман. Да, но задача в Троге пройти всю игру.
Those are the Trogs. You will see, pay attention when the level starts. If you look towards the bottom right,
так, видать, варп зашел. Да. Акатак использует варп.
The goal of each level is to grab all the eggs. And if you grab the egg that shines at the beginning of the level last, it will actually open up the ability to warp ahead a little bit. And so you don't need to quite go.
Ну, насчет Бомбермена сложно сказать, тут же нет всяких блоков и прочее. Но вот Пакман, да, более так-то подходящий вариант. Вот тут можно убивать монстриков ударом кулака. Вот. Но если знаете, как проходить тот или иной уровень, то можно зайти в варп.
First stun them if you punch them once, but if you keep punching them, they'll go away. But then there are other people that try to have strategies where you don't need to do that because it slows you down a bit. Just depends on the amount of risk you're willing to take.
And I actually do want to point out too, it looks like Overswarm is on 22 loops. Arcus is on 23 loops. Ferrodipity is on 17. It looks like Arcus has a lot more loops that he's just waiting for a certain piece. He's able to close. That's 24. Overswarm definitely has a lot more going on his screen, but with 2 more loops, I think he's just making sure that the pieces that are tough, get him out of the way and focus on what he needs to close the last 2 loops.
Yeah, those S's or the bigger S's are always the really difficult ones to get towards the end there.
He's definitely he wants either the L corner or a tiny corner, and then, yeah, there's one. He's just a couple more, and then I'm sure he'll be happy to have loops be done.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what your board looks like as long as you get those 25.
Yeah, that's all that matters. He needs one more corner. There is 25.
There.
He's out. So now we have Overswarm and Arcus have joined Lack and Nest.
Да, а так вообще пока что
Game number 6.
без всяких запинок
So there are
проходит
also- there are 50
каждый уровень
levels on
с использованием
Trog.
варпов.
You'll probably end up seeing people play roughly
Ну и на кардиналити то же самое.
with all of the time warps, I think they're called.
Yes. That is what they are. There's cool, I don't know how much, you've seen some of the game. The animations.
Так, бонус уровень. Да, все собирают все бонусы.
They're brutal. Like, there's scenarios where, like, your character just kind of gets eaten. And it's like, wow, that was wild.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of the livelihood of all of these trogs is they are trying to eat you because they need to live and have food. Not great for you.
Вообще для меня вот этот список, некоторые из них прям вообще неизвестные.
Hopefully we don't see too many rib cages today.
Ну а следующая игра всем известна будет, конечно же, игра, которая выходила и на наших пиратских картриджах с другим персонажем, самым известным.
Bloop, excellent.
Да.
Yeah, Blue
Да,
is
да,
the
да.
name of the Triceratops. If you do grab a pineapple, I don't know if anyone's grabbed one yet. I haven't seen it. You turn in. Oh, Lack is doing it right now. You turn into a T-Rex and you can then eat everything.
Так, Лак трансформируется в Тирекса.
Thank you.
Может
Lack, for
поедать
putting that on cue.
всех врагов на экране.
It's like
Ну, конечно же, эффект временный, поэтому эффект действует секунд где-то 15, что ли, и варп.
Okay, I think we're gonna be swapping some more people in as well.
Да, вообще приятно за остальными понаблюдать. Так-то.
It looks like we
Вот.
have a lot of our runners are on Trog currently, which is great. It means we're getting through those 5. I feel like Loops is definitely a game.
Надо в натуре поговорить с людьми и предоставить трансляцию, чтобы я мог покомментировать все происходящее.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like looking at the first few games, those are the two that I think people are like, ugh, let's just be done with them. Yeah, but as we go through Trog, you'll start to see the Trogs have additional weapons besides hopping, as you can just see. I think Nest card was just hopped on. They can have clubs.
Кардиналити? Блин, а я не посмотрел, какие у них уровни идут так-то. Не, судя по всему, если по очкам смотреть, то Лакатак впереди. Время кончилось, это был всего лишь бонус уровень. Да, и вот нас кардинально сейчас на том же бонус уровне. Так, мне надо, кстати, открыть таблицу, где там записаны время каждой игры для каждого раннера. То есть строк у нас лучшее время 11:07 у Халфбисти. Поэтому вот да, такая вот не короткая игра. Ну а в остальных случаях, вот как раз следующая игра будет один из самых длинных.
some talk in the
игр
background that there's a good
из
about
всех
10
20
10
игр,
plus
а
rounds
остальные,
on
считай,
so right now this
не
is
больше,
like
чем
super
10 minут
close right now, so
прохождения.
we have, you know, we probably have another 2 hours worth of games to go. But it seems like everyone's doing great so far.
Так, 29-й остров у Акатака. Сколько их тут всего, непонятно. Может, 40 примерно где-то, или 30. Сейчас посмотрим.
So
he's an incredibly good Link to the Past runner.
yeah, the name is familiar for sure. I think so because I feel like I followed them maybe around last Big 20 time. But first
Okay,
Big 20 race? Okay, cool.
Yeah, like I hadn't ever really seen him doing a lot of Big 20 or NES speedrunning. I've just known him for mostly Link to the Past, but
Yep.
it's good to see him here.
А музыка вот сейчас как? Нормально слышно, кстати, игры? Не слишком уж прям тиховатая.
Okay, let's look at the levels here. It looks like Lack is ahead. He's on level 32. S-Card's on 29.
Так, 32-й остров. Его поедают, походу.
Probably going to 27, yeah.
Да, его поедают.
Then we got Blunt Bunny and Ferret just behind.
Yep. Yeah, Pac-Man with eggs and caveman. Yeah, that's fair.
Иначе комментаторы будут
I mean, we
громче.
have four
Ладно,
people within, I
оставлю
think, two
как
levels
есть.
of each other on Trog, so
Yeah, so-
still a very, very close race.
Super close race, and I've also just been informed that we have 16 people are playing Trog right now. So
Wow. That's awesome to see that many people.
В натуре надо такие стримы выводить в массы. Типа, вот, основной ивент транслируется на английском, но есть и люди, которые хотят и на русском услышать всякие комментаторы. Вот так вот. Такие надо стримы делать.
Trog.
И чемпионат по Тетрису надо тоже делать такие трансляции. Я же когда-то обычно Тетрис еще стримил и комментировал. Бывало, однажды мы до 6 утра сидели, смотрели финал.
I did just see it. One of the Trogs ran off the screen. If you do go off the screen, you do fall into the water, both the enemies or the player. Not good if it's the player. Fine if it's the Trogs.
Yeah.
Так, 36-й остров у Акатака. Так,
And we're actually gonna be we're bringing in some pup action too. A veteran of Big 20 races.
Yeah, definitely. Good to see Pup again. I do remember when DH said that a lot of people, there were a few people still on streamers, or a lot of people still on streamers. I imagine streamers will be one of the tough blind games for those that are doing it blind.
Yeah, I think that does make sense.
Although something like
не факт.
the
Потому что там
Zezek's,
потихоньку, наверное, меняют
what those called, the
экран.
4 stars you need to grab and find
Поэтому
the
нужно
secret rooms to get into them. Those
настраивать
take a
шестой
very long
экран
time. You need
отдельно.
to buy a bunch of hints to find them and stuff, so that could also be rough.
Да, вот. Пофиксили, наконец-то.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looked like Blunt Bunny's screen went down on my end for a second, but just had to refresh the window. I was hoping it wasn't a.
Так, 40-й остров, скорее всего, последний. Сейчас посмотрим.
That would have been unfortunate.
Аркус,
Okay, so yeah.
поедают,
Looks like
видать.
Black, Wave 40. We have Arcus 39. Nessie's at 35 right now. I think OS looks to be at 39 as well.
Да,
Yeah,
очень
he's gonna
длинная
jump
игра.
ahead, though. He got the
Okay.
warp in 39. I don't think
Okay,
Black
so he's
did.
no, it looks like he didn't.
And the bonus stages are rough just because you gotta wait out the time. Granted, a lot of the levels will take 30 seconds anyway, so it's not really that out of the ordinary, but still sucks to just have to sit around and do nothing.
Так, и
that that
у
is
нас с
good.
кардинальности проблема, видать, потому что последняя жизнь и у Акатака тоже.
Yeah, and it
Я не
does look
знаю,
like that,
есть ли
Overswarm has
в этой игре
taken the lead.
чит-коды на
Considering how Joust went, he was able to kind of claw it
на
back.
продолжение.
This just shows the type of race this might be, where I feel this is not going to be the last lead change.
I hope not. That'd be pretty
Maybe.
boring.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it though, like looking at the times, looking at the practice, like Overswarm, Lack, Arcus, Nescard, they were the top 4 runners, I think, time-wise. Nescardinality was a little. He wasn't keeping his times on the tracker, so it's tough to tell. But just knowing all of the games that he's played and like that he knows very well a few of the games on the list already before we started, like he has to be up there.
А он забыл 2 яйца взять в Акатак. Ну да. Конечно, немножко нервы играют на самом деле, да. У меня
Some people are asking about the
тоже такой
30-second
эффект
break.
был.
We want to make sure that
Когда
if you're
прошлый
playing
Big
on
20 бегал.
cartridge, on emulator, like no matter what, that it's fair, that everyone has nobody has an advantage rather. And so we've instituted a 30-second swap for between every game, and then halfway through we do a 2-minute swap just so people can go take a bathroom break, etc. We want it to be about your gaming prowess, not your prowess to hold your bladder in or other things. So
Yeah. How quick can you switch your carts, or how quick can you switch your emulator stuff?
yep. So OS is essentially done with Trog. He's just got to sit around for 25 to 30
Так,
seconds here for the time to run out.
48-й. А, Оверсвам уже 50-й, ни хрена.
So I would like to, if anyone knows this, let me know.
Вот это да.
But I think the arcade version of this wasn't
Вроде бы
timed.
отставал
This was
так
the last
знатно,
level.
но уже
You would just do as
50-й
many of them as you
50-й
can
остров.
before you get overwhelmed. Is that true? I want to say I read that somewhere, but I didn't have time to go validate it. Okay, I'm hearing it correct.
Так, все, он прошел. Оверсвам первым
That was
закончил
kind of the
Трога.
shtick on the
Окей.
arcade version, you know, 'cause you never really beat an arcade game usually.
Вот это да.
That was
Я
the
уж
way to
подумал,
just, well, you killed
сейчас
7,000 trucks
такое
this time.
отставание, а Оверсвам уже закончил.
So yeah, so
Я
now
тоже
Overswarm
вот упустил
officially,
момент,
it looks
как.
like officially in first, in Jackie Chan's actual
Вот сейчас
currently.
будет
We might
очень
get on the
интересная
prequel,
игра.
this is gonna be one of the
Один из
longest
таких
playthroughs of the goal.
самых
Normally that lies later onto the list.
самых известных игр, которые выпускала Hudson Soft, но пираты окрестили эту игру с
I think it's good to
итальянским водопроводчиком, прикрепив голову Марио и
Jackie Chan, we're gonna see the whole
и
thing.
похож как на грузина. Выходил
Yeah, I
под
mean,
названием
you talked about the length.
Супер
I
Марио
think this is
10.
almost 5
Вот
minutes
так.
fast or
Но в
slower,
Супер Марио
rather,
10 там же
than the
бесконечные
second
вот
longest
эти
goal,
вот
or the second longest.
у нас по
So
центру
it's
вот эти вот
definitely
штучки.
going to be our longest
Там
game
бесконечные
by
крутилки вот
a
эти.
good
Если
margin
крутилку,
for
то
most
это у
of the
нас
players.
имба получается. Можно летать до конца уровня вот так. Бесконечные шары, которые можно выстреливать. Вот. И... Ну а канты там 5 штук, они конечны все же. Вот такие штуки, которые дропаются с лягушонков, они, видать, очень рандомные. Поскольку ты не знаешь, что тебе заранее дадут. Так, ну у раннеров эту игру проходит за 23 минуты среднее
I
время
was looking at
прохождения.
things with the,
Да.
platforms that moved to the side, and I'm like, yeah, that's totally an original.
А лучшее время у
like,
Оверсварма
idea.
как раз
A lot of games have never had
17:57.
something like that.
Но до рекорда очень далековато, так как рекорд составляет где-то 13 минут.
Yeah, it does look like Sci-Town is on Jackie Chan.
Yeah, we're gonna be bringing up Sci-Town onto the mainstream.
Да, рекорд у канадца сайт-трек 16:55. Вот.
Yeah, so backstory on this is Jackie apparently
Да,
has a
Селерон,
twin
я
sister
как раз
in
в
the video
предыдущем
game.
Big 20
Pretty sure he
участвовал, номер
doesn't in real life,
15,
but
Viewer
his twin
Choice.
sister Josephine is captured, you
А
gotta go
список
save her,
был
kill the evil
из
sorcerer
популярных
who
игр
kidnapped her.
на
There
NES.
is a 99
И в
BT
шестом
code
Big
that
20 я
can be used on
участвовал.
this.
Потом пытался участвовать в седьмом и восьмом Big 20, но из-за некоторых проблем приходилось отменить тренировку. Но есть интересный факт для меня такой один. В одном из как раз Big 20, в котором я практиковался, то ли в седьмом, то ли в восьмом, была одна игра под названием Hammering Harry. До этого я никогда не играл в такую игру, но я практиковался, типа, готовился, вот. А потом, после того, как я дропнул практику, я начал плотно заниматься спидраном по Hammering Harry. И что в итоге получилось? Спустя примерно месяц-полтора я взял рекорд. За сколько там вроде попыток? 400 или 500, я уже точно не помню. Да, вот так вот получилось. На самом деле с Hammering Harry есть такой момент, что можно взять и поставить время 7 минут 3 секунды. Время реальное, но очень сложное. Засейвить можно на первом уровне, убить босса на один удар меньше, чем обычно, или на последнем боссе. То же самое. На один удар меньше надо убить босса, чем обычно. Так, ну Джеки Чан, экшен кунг-фу, довольно-таки хорошая игра, но в то же время длинная. Еще выходила на TurboGrafx 16. Ну, конечно, на TurboGrafx покрасивее выглядит. Так. Оверсвам вышел из пещеры, а Локатакс и Нескарт только что вошли в пещеру после первого босса. На самом деле сейчас бы получше сделать, переключить звук игры. А то сейчас активный звук у Локатака идет.
People would be like, "Oh, just go pick this up." Like it's you see something drop, or you see an item, and you're like, oh, "I need to grab that." Well, there's almost no reason why, if you have a good time on this, that you would ever want to grab one. So we'll oftentimes see those, but if any of our racers pick them up, it's probably a mistake.
Я на самом деле жду Мега 16. Вот, скорее всего, список игр будет либо в этом месяце, либо в следующем месяце. Как раз подходящий момент для того, чтобы ворваться в Мега 16 во второй раз.
I don't know. This has nothing to do with the video game, but I did hear just recently, probably in the last week or two, that so Jackie Chan, he has a son, and apparently he's not leaving any of his $400 million fortune to his son. He's donating it all. And he says, well, if I've taught my son anything, he'll be able to make his own money. And if I haven't, then he doesn't deserve to get it.
Oh man, that's rough.
Just kind of shows you some of the work ethic that this guy's had over the decades for everything he's done. That is rough, though.
Так, Сайтаун, видать, вырывается вперед. Я смотрю. Да, Сайтаун, походу, лидирует.
It could, yeah, it could certainly be for other reasons. I didn't hear the rationale. I'm sure there are very good reasons, but, the story that I had seen, that was the message. So that's.
Хотя, да, Оверсварм, да. Переходит на следующий экран. Мне показалось, что они уже бок о бок идут. Да, вот тут не обязательно плавать на бревнышке, а лишь плавать по воде только. Потому что течение вас толкает, и можно вот так вот проходить этот экран.
Knowing games, though, I imagine they actually intended you to just sit on them, but they just didn't think to really test if it's much faster to go in the water.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, everyone's just gonna go on the logs. That makes sense, right? I mean...
Сейчас я статистику посмотрю на ютубе у себя. Сколько посмотрели прохождение Судью Дредда. Там 2 части залито. 17 и 25, ладно. Вроде бы окей.
As Jackie Chan is one of the longer games, like I said, there's a lot of people on Trog, a lot of people on Jackie Chan in the background. So we're gonna bring in, DH Stom, and we're gonna see what's going on in the background again. Hello, what is up, Stom? What's going on? What's the news?
Oh, well, we've got an amazing, exciting race, as you're all saying. You see 6 runners on screen. I am happy to report we have 15 runners already in Jackie Chan.
15 раннеров на Джеки Чане.
Admittedly, like for the games that we have and the fact that these are all new, I'm shocked and pleased. 16 now are
уже 16.
keeping this tight a race. It's really exciting to see this many players have actually practiced to this level. I'm also going to throw out some players that really need to feel your love right now. I think that we have 3 blind runners in Brother Kyle 88, Infinite Mystery, and let's see, Random 64, who have joined this race. And as you would expect, Streamers is a very difficult blind game, and they are all going for that one still right now. So that's kind of its own race going on to see who of those 3 is actually going to finish up first.
That's awesome. Yeah, I feel like,
да, вот как раз упоминали одного человека по имени Infinite Mystery. Это очень-очень такой человек, который очень любит проходить игры вслепую, то есть без всяких подготовок, практики и прочее. Его уважают, считай, все. Это прям один из таких выносливых человеков, который может 50 часов без сна проходить там какие-то игры. Вот. В частности, вот Big 20. 20 игр за 30 с чем-то часов он играл вообще блайндом. И все такое. А стримеры меняются на играх, ну потому что переключают на других. Тут участвует 46 человек в этом соревновании. В прошлом Big 20 было
So, yeah, it
Рекордное
looks like
количество,
one of our
102
three,
человека,
I don't
включая
know who it was,
меня.
that somebody finally
Вот, а
made
я
it out of
финишировал, по-моему,
streamers.
39-м.
It is.
Ну, считать
I didn't see who it is
топ-40.
yet.
Well, either way, it's good that we only got 2 left on streamers. That's the.
Yep.
It's good that,
Uh,
that one of them made it out.
It might have also been a misclick. So, apologies to everyone getting excited. I was excited.
Так, Grey
A lot
School
going on.
и Worldwide Nuklink.
Yeah, we got a Jackie Chan marathon going on right now. I mean, Twitch Prime has the watch parties. We got the Jackie Chan watch party going on. Grab the popcorn, like you said.
Yeah. So it's one of those fun things where, like, I'm not flipping through.
Сайт он уже
tab-ups.
давно
I
поменяли,
have it
так.
all up on a multi-Twitch. I will post a picture of it publicly somewhere. It's pretty crazy. My roommates are not happy with the lack of bandwidth that they're getting right now, but I told them it's all for the cause.
All for the cause.
And then reminded them, you know, that I paid. But yeah, it's all fun. And I can't wait to see who gets past Jackie Chan and pulls up to Al Unter, because you're going to go from one of the longest games to one of the shortest. Do not blink.
Yeah, DH question. How big is your monitor?
Which one?
Well,
So I've got an ultra wide, like it's like 36-inch or something like that, and you'd think like, oh wow, that's perfect. for this.
36 дюймов
Actually, that's
монитор
where
у
I have
него.
Discord up. I have I have the feed up for this stream, and I have our tracking, and then I have a second one that is a high definition 32-inch monitor.
32, нормально, как у меня.
Literally 45 streams all in one window.
nice.
У меня 32 первый, основной, и 24 вроде второй. Будет тайц forever. Зафоловился. Спасибо, спасибо. Hello, hello. Hello.
But thank you, Stom. Keep at it. We'll be pulling you in again in the future, and let's see.
Watching Big 20 stream and commentating on the another language
21. Literally
for fun.
updating as we speak. A lot of Jackie Chan going on, as I'm sure will be for quite a while.
Так, оверсварм на последнем уровне прямо сейчас.
Yeah, so giving it a quick look, we got Overswarm. He's getting close to him. We got the auto scroller action going on. Worldwide is climbing right now. Grey Skull's in the water level that we were talking about, where you can kind of just let it pull you through. But looking good, looking like a tight race.
Так, совсем скоро начнутся
Total runners, so yeah,
босс-файты или же босс-раш.
I think 45 total, because we have just like one race monitor in there. So yeah, 45 people playing these 20 goals that you see on the right side of the screen.
Поэтому нужно убивать некоторых боссов за один заход.
We could see up to 900 games getting beat today.
Quick math. I like it.
I saw some other quick math in the chat with that 2 times 0 equals 0.
That's round of applause for there. Put your claps in the chat for that. There we go. The boss fight that Grey Skull just.
Так, у оверсварма уже сейчас первый босс начнется.
It always freaks me out a little bit. It just looks weird. I'm glad he got rid of it.
Да вот, первый дракон.
OS is
Повержен.
towards the end. You can see these dragons that he's fighting. I think he just finished the last one.
Next Big 20 needs more international speedrun involvement.
And as long as you time the hits right, you should be.
I can say one thing.
Even being within their hit
Just Big 20, it's for everyone.
damage for sure.
So not for only
I don't
US
think he mentioned
runners.
The actual way to get items in this game.
The runners might be from Europe or from CIS countries.
The frogs kind of sit there, wait for you to get there, and you're able to kick them or punch them. And they
So
spit out
it's
items.
a very popular event
And then you you ride on turtles
since
too. A lot of
2014, probably.
wildlife in the game.
Yeah, OS
Yeah.
is on the penultimate boss.
I can say as
You can see the
As
riveting
runner,
wait,
which
jump
one
and
I
kick.
participated in
Wait.
2
wait.
events in
Jump
Big
and
20 so far.
Yeah, and now OS now has no more roundhouses, but was able to kind of throw those Hadouken or the Kamehameha waves, whatever you want to call them.
I remember the first Big 20 was only in US, but then
And now
it was
on to
an
the
international
final boss. So
event.
this cloud that you're on, it will actually follow you, so you don't really need to worry about that at all. This
So
boss is
everyone
dangerous.
can participate.
Can do a lot of damage, but our better runners shouldn't have much of an issue with it. And OS is through.
Все, Оверсварм прошел Джеки Чана, GG.
Yeah, through to the
И
racing game, or one of the
игра номер 8.
games in a race.
Аль-Ансер Junior Turbo Racing. Режим Time Trial А.
A little quicker than Jack.
Трасса Япония.
So what was the
40
thinking
очков надо
around
набрать.
the 40 points? Was it just to give a little bit of like variability for how people might want to build their car?
Yeah, there was discussions when the game was being chosen about like, you know,
Да, эта игра
20
как-то
points
очень
should be
похожа на F1 Sensation от Konami. Как-то
40 was kind
очень-очень
of the middle
близко.
ground of what
Я не
people
знаю,
was
это,
thinking.
видать,
And it
одна
was,
из
yeah,
самых
to give people
лучших
the ability to maybe throw
F1
some
гонок
points
на
into
NES
each other.
Famicom вообще в
Change it a
целом,
bit.
но
I do like goals and scenarios like this in Big 20s where
надо
people
смотреть
kind
на
of
остальные
choose what's going to be
F1 игры.
the most optimized, maybe what takes more of a risk. And so yeah, that's how the 40 number was settled on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fantastic. Anytime
Там
we
как
can
раз
get
вот
some
вот эта игра,
variability,
потом
just like
F1
player choice,
Sensation,
I think it's a good thing. 'Cause like you said, sometimes people pick safety, sometimes
F1 Hero
in the
вроде
rare chan- in the
с
rare
Сатору
situation, sometimes there
Накаджима.
are 2 or 3 different choices that are almost the exact same speed.
F1 Race
And
еще
so you end
выходил
up
от
being able to
Nintendo.
have very different routing
Ferrari Grand
or
Prix.
different configurations, but still have very
Да, есть такая
interesting
игра.
results.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the biggest thing is
И какие-то
talk
еще
about
игры
safety,
выходили.
the most important part about this game is your durability. And you just want, you know, you can only take so many hits depending on your points with your car as far as hitting another driver or like hitting the signs on the side of the road. If there's a scenario where you take too much damage, you may have to do the race over. So the main thing is just finish the race.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Так, Лакатак, последний босс.
I mean, this would
Паучок.
certainly not be the end of the world if this is the game you would have to redo, because our top times are sitting under 3 minutes, but you obviously don't want to need to do this
Хадукины
over.
пускают. Уже все, мало хп у босса остается и ГГ.
If you can just
Лакатак.
this in the one attempt.
Ну и Сайтаун
And you know, while we're on this game for just a couple more minutes,
тоже самый заканчивает.
I'm a huge F1 head right now. I know
Так,
this
ну
is
что
a
ж,
big
3
car.
человека, по крайней мере, на 8 игре прямо
I'm
сейчас.
loving some racing.
Уже
I
второй
know
час
a
пошел,
lot of
однако.
racing fans in chat. And speaking of,
Второй час ивента.
Attack is a racing fan. He finished Jackie Chan and is now on. Oh, actually, Psytown and Lack Attack are both on L Lancers. Trog was where time was made up by Overswarm after falling behind on Joust. So now Lack and Psytown and the rest of the group have to catch up to Overswarm in literally a racing game.
Yeah, and OS he's almost done. So seems like he's almost this entire game ahead.
Yeah, F1 has been taken over. And yeah, Overswarm is
Да,
he's through.
Оверсварм
That's it.
закончил.
In the race, out of the race, baseball time.
Space Ghost. Это homebrew игра у нас про утки,
Spaceballs is a really cool
что ли.
It is a very good game. And before we start talking about space goals, I do want to announce that we do Random 64, one of our blind racers, is out of streamers. Out of streamers into jousts.
А, нет, это у нас про птичку такую. Я, наверное, перепутал с какой-то другой игрой.
So yeah, space goals. Anything? I mean, this is a
Да, это у
really
нас
cute
про
game. Like, I
птичку.
love the animations. It's so colorful.
Такая игра хоумбрюшная.
Where, as you see, the bird, basically the joust character, as the goal is moving through, you're going to see either open pathways or you're going to see kind of locked doors. And normally what occurs is when you see that locked door, you just need to kind of clear the room of certain enemies. And so for the most part, it's just optimizing, jumping on their head. Some take 2 hits, some take more than 2 hits. Yeah, just getting through to get past those locked doors. And it's fairly, for the run, it's fairly linear. And along the way, you'll see OS just jumped on one right there. There are these big red save buttons. That if you die, that's kind of the checkpoint that you set. You're gonna see most runners hit them because you're really not losing much time. You're mostly flying by them anyway. But there are a scenario where there are 1 or 2 save points that a runner may skip because they just feel like they don't need to take those extra couple seconds to go get it. Yeah, Flappy Metroid. That's a good name for it.
You did also see there was a little egg on the ground. If you
Так, а что
grab
по
an egg,
времени у
it'll
нас
give you a life back.
с игрой?
Like Apollo said with the
Про
doors, you see that
птичек.
one that OS just cleared has skulls
6
on it.
минут
Those
43
means you need to
секунды.
kill all
Лучшее
the
время на
enemies. There are
практике
some
было
with
как раз
somewhat
у
more
Оверсворма.
on them as well. There will be keys later that you need to grab to get those to go away.
Значит, да, игра такая короткая.
Yeah, I see a lot of chat talk about first place and positions and stuff, and I think it is really big to notice that you look at our timer, we're an hour and 10 in. A lot of the full runs that some people have been doing were just under 3 hours, some just over 3 hours. So there's a lot of time for things to just go wrong. This is a marathon. Like, the typical marathon kind of race statement is that's never happened before. And all it takes is one of those, and all of a sudden we have a different story as far as who's in first, who's in second, who's in third, etc. It looks like Lack and Sci-Town are like...
Так, ну уже 3 человека на
That whole race, they were kind of...
на 9-й игре.
Are you sure you have 2 different streams up?
Yes, I had to look because I was like, wait a minute, maybe I don't. Look at it, I gotta watch it.
It is almost exactly synced.
Oh,
Опа, синхронно. Синхронно.
Oh, this is cool.
Синхронно. Синхронно. Прям разница где-то 0,1 сейчас. Так. Сайтаун. Нет, Локатак впереди. Но все же синхронно. Локатак чутка вырывается от Сайтауна. Но мы только что увидели синхронную игру среди 2 участников.
Even with the simple mechanics of this game, a lot of the enemies are fairly difficult to kill quickly, and so you will see a decent amount of variability in times here.
На самом деле, насчет хоумбрюшных игр, любой человек может сделать любую хоумбрю игру. Главное, правильно знать все вот эти вот аспекты и ограничения консоли NES, а также с графикой разбираться, написанием музыки и так далее. Даже до сих пор сейчас... В это время какие-то хоумбрюшные игры делают на NES. Но и не только на NES, еще и бывает на Sega Mega Drive. Я уж не знаю. Я жду на Мегадрайве одну игру, которую, наверное, очень-очень долго делает. Это называется
Okay, so we do have
ZPF.
Firebroth, who's now in the
Это
bottom
такой
left of your
шмап.
screen. Firebroth is on Space Goals as well right now. So
Ну, пока что игра еще в разработке, но заценить,
Yeah, good to see Firebroth doing well. He is definitely a Big 20 veteran. He's
заценить
been
мы
doing a lot
заценим
these years.
когда-нибудь в будущем.
yeah, always does very well.
На Dreamcast, я помню, выпускали только Ксенокризис вроде бы.
Yeah, he had to be
Домашнюю
probably
версию.
around that 5th or 6th in total sum of best.
Ну, и
Of
на
everyone.
Neo Geo тоже выпускали. Сейчас все игры клепают на консоли. Это даже очень хорошо. Битэмап, не знаю. Но по поводу одного битэмапа, который вроде бы слухи какие-то шли.
The reason that Overstorm's on right now, it's just takes so
Один
long to
битэмап
kill
выходил
the 6 of those.
на Sega Genesis, но только на картриджах. Я не помню название. В общем, битэмап такой, да. А потом они говорили то, что выпустят потом в Стиме.
And we have brought back Bright Shadow as well. Also on Space Goals. Right near
Сейчас
Firebroth.
скажу название. Название битэмапа.
Very close.
Даже дамп с картриджа очень сложно сделать. Там как-то очень хитроумно сделали. Именно защиту от дампа.
While you're just kind of going on top of the little the windshield of the spaceship. Taking some damage there, but that is why he picked up some health. Yeah, safety is important considering he already took 2 hits, 3 hits. Popping, almost done, avoiding some of those bullets. And there's the win for Overswarm for Space Goals.
Так, Оверсвам прошел. Space Goals.
So yeah, we'll be moving on to Adventure Island 3. Again, this is Beat World 4. This is gonna be, it's a tough one for sure. And again, you know, best laid plans can always, you know,
Надо бы сейчас музыку с Adventure Island услышать.
It is super easy to have a small mistake happen, and you have to completely
А, Паприум называется.
change getting through a
А,
level or levels.
вспомнил. Паприум. Да.
I'm also checking out. Looks like Black Sci-Town, Miss Cardinality.
Да, Паприум выходил в 2020 году только на картридже и только для Sega Mega Drive.
Still super close.
Вот как-то хотели выпустить в Steam, но что-то нифига подобного.
Yeah, we're currently we're seeing, as far as position wise, we're not 100% sure. It looks like
Но цена, конечно, она неадекватная в первую же очередь.
fighting for second and third. But we have a lot of racers on Space Goals, so it's still super close. And so as we go, we're swapping in people as we go.
На сайте Кикстартера за $24 можно купить физическую игру. Даже на Nintendo Switch хотели выпустить у них. Предполагаемая дата была декабрь 2022 год, но что-то все затихло.
There's also a red and a blue dino that will be used, as well as a pterodactyl and a green dino that spins. And so all these dino friends are used to kind of get through the levels.
Апдейт почекаю даже.
They do different things. Like I said, the green one, fully, he's able to spin around. You may see him on the World 1 boss fight, do some boss
Так,
damage.
Watermelon, последний пост 3 января.
To get to different spots. One really important thing too is that there's different paths to take. So you'll see times where the runners will stop and like either grab an egg in order to kind of trigger a warp to go on. that allows you to kind of go to a different area as opposed to going straight to the next spot. Honestly, we were through practice, we saw that
И
taking
что-то все потом
more
затихло,
areas
конечно. Ну
aren't the
ладно.
biggest time difference. But they're still important to optimize for sure. But you can go. It is still safe. A runner can go the other way if they feel more comfy with that side. And as I mentioned here, you'll see this is the boss where we're going to be Overswarm's going to be spinning on Polly the dinosaur, trying to avoid those shots, and is able to take out that boss.
Easy peasy.
Да, вот. Музончик с Adventure Island 3.
Black also finishing up Space Gulls. He had a really good Space Gulls run.
Как-то и не осилил я эту игру проходить. К сожалению, для меня она оказалась очень сложной.
Up as well, it looks like.
Да, тут можно коллекционировать динозавриков, собирать бумеранги или же
Black just went into the
молоточки.
skip.
Еще можно использовать скип.
Able to get to a different area, and then he's also grabbing Classy.
Но насчет Марио того же, по-моему, выходил то ли 9, то ли 11 Супер Марио, и как раз там был хак
Similar, he stopped, grabbed
на Adventure Island 2.
kind of the ceiling. It was able to grab some extra dinosaurs.
Урсом, видать, сделал варп на второй остров.
Okay, Nessie on
Пока что он в
boss
лидерах.
of Space Skulls. See how he handles it.
Из всех вот этих игр острова приключений, вот у Эрсварма еще один варп уже на третий мир, да, третий
Looks like he
остров.
handles it well.
Мне нравится 4-й Adventure Island, который как типа
I was willing to get Jinx there.
Metroidvania, но очень
I
интересно.
just assumed he was going to finish it well. and he did.
Последняя лицензионная игра на Фамикоме.
We haven't had any commentator curses yet. I figured we might as well get something in before the end of the day.
We need to make it spicy. Yeah, Overswarm is doing great right now. Just amazing. Yeah, I do. Someone did mention the inventory of Adventure Island 3. It's true. So as you go and you pick up weapons and dinosaurs, you can kind of like in
Такого
between
атака
stages,
первый
choose
босс
what you
уже.
wanna bring into the next stage. And worst case scenario, if you do, if you die, you can actually still use whatever you've collected previously. And even on a game over, you can continue, and you'll keep what you had and had not used to that point. So anything that you used will be gone. But if there's some things you still saved up, you can still go into after continuing with maybe some nice items if you stocked up.
Так, и что у нас? Варп, по всей видимости, у ОС. Видать, да. О, Лерочка, привет. Как дела? Я прям читаю твой скрипт. Дела у меня нормально. Вот смотрим, у нас
Yep, so we're up to a lot of people cruising through.
ивент под названием Big 20, где спидранеры проходят 20 игр с определенными условиями прохождения. И все это на время. Мелкие спиногрызы заразили насморк. Ничего себе. Не болей там. Потом когда-нибудь одним днем побегаем в Фортнайте. Я надеюсь.
Yep, everyone needs to run all 20 games in the correct order. You can't just do the tough or easy ones first or last. You got to do them in order with everyone else. Makes it a lot easier as well, just on people watching to know where
Не.
people are.
До сегодняшнего дня нет. И обновление-то скачал, но играть-то не заходил толком.
Two-minute break is halfway through, so that would be what? I think after Adventure Island 3, yes?
Yes, that is
Пока что я там не знаю, что вообще там толкового поменяли в игре.
Stretch, maybe use the restroom real quick, have some water, whatever they would like.
Прикольно первую неделю, потом все надоест. Классика. Одну четвертую карты изменили. Ага, ладно.
Commentators do not get a 2-minute break. It's okay.
И нет.
I promise, we are way less stressed than the runners. Well, maybe I am. Apollo's also restreaming, so maybe he is a little more stressed, but...
Nah, it's going well. So far I haven't had, there hasn't been a giant... Talk about commentators curse. There hasn't been a giant technical issue yet.
Oh, we should not say that.
Yeah. So...
Японию я только уважаю как страну, ихнюю культуру и что еще такого там. Прям, не знаю, священное место там, чтобы пожить. И все такое. Все там вежливые, друг другу помогают там и так далее.
No, so I'm actually fine with that question in chat. Somebody asked why was the game selection so bad. So part of the Big 20 is we have 16 of these in. In almost all of these, we have picked 20 games that have not been in the previous one. So when you're 300 NES games in, a lot of times you don't have the best quality overall. Like, that's just a given. And everyone going into this knows that there are going to be some games that are really fun, and there are going to be some games that are just awful to play. But that's what we're at this point, and everyone...
А ты, Лерочка, хентай любишь, что ли?
We all rally around it and have fun with it.
Нескромный такой вопрос. Нет. К счастью, я тоже нет.
We've done 2 people's choices so far, and so, theoretically, if there's another big 20, we could be possibly...
Так, у Эрсварма уже 4-й босс. Судя по цели прохождения, нужно пройти 4-й остров. Да, и проходит.
Voting on what games and having some of those bigger name games that maybe you'd be used to seeing in some other events.
Вкусы. А вот в каком плане именно? Жанр или что именно?
Really enjoy seeing new games. Like a lot of times we might have games that have 3 to 5 runners on leaderboards, and those 3 to 5 runners are...
Фиг знает, у меня вкусы разные, если
50 to 100 people.
Жанры там какие-то там.
And second, we end up filling that leaderboard out from 3 people up to about 20 or 30 or 40.
Допустим, по музыке у меня свои предпочтения к музыке. Там бывают какие-то поп-музыка, допустим. Майкл Джексон, например, я люблю слушать. Там вот некоторые треки, которым по радио крутят. И что там еще? Ну и некоторые игры из игр, допустим, я наслаждаюсь прослушанием. А к фильмам я только лишь люблю смотреть некоторые фильмы, которые я вот смотрел раньше. Там и в 90-х какие-то фильмы, в 2000-х там и так далее. Вот, кстати, вот, да, Супер Марио Бразерс фильм будет, да, вот как раз. Я уж не знаю, будет ли в наших кинотеатрах показывать или нет. Если будут, то я схожу в кинотеатр, да. А если нет, то только придется ждать. В 21 году я ходил на Mortal Kombat. И это мое первое посещение в кинотеатр было. Самое первое посещение.
That was the first Big 20 that I ever watched was Big 26. And yeah, that list was incredible.
Музыка в порно-топ, согласен. Блин, я же не про порно, блин, обсуждаю, а про жанры. Причем тут это? Судью Дредда пересмотрел... Блять. Фильм почти на 2 часа, но ради прикола можно посмотреть. А, у Акатак помирать на боссе. Какая досадная ошибка-то была, блин. Судью Дредда смотреть только из-за Сильвестра Сталлоне. Там еще и Роб Шнайдер играл. Первое посещение в жизни. В кинотеатр, да. Первый раз в жизни пошел в кинотеатр, да, посмотреть на фильм, который вышел у нас, ну, показывали в кинотеатрах у нас раньше, чем у всех остальных стран. Это вот да. Так, у Версварма, давайте я чутка про игру расскажу. Battle Tank. Это, считай, как симуляторная игра, где нужно уничтожать некоторые танки. Есть еще и потом вертолеты будут, начиная с 3-й миссии. Вот. А вот с 3-й миссии, когда уничтожаешь все вражеские единицы техники, то приходится, скажем так, драться с боссом. Но есть один трюк, который позволяет уничтожать танки очень быстро, не тратив при этом очень много количества снарядов. Это нужно стрелять пулеметом, и если вы попадаете в танк, нужно запаузить игру в очень правильный тайминг, и засчитается как нанесение урона танкам. Поэтому вот так вот и быстренько фигарим вражеский танк. Игра очень сложная, состоит из 10 уровней. Я как-то играл очень давно на Sega Mega Drive. Дошел, по-моему, до 9-го, что ли, уровня, и все, и дропнул. Даже не до конца прошел. Вот какого года тут из этого списка от 86 до 92 вроде бы. Да, 86-92 примерно. Реально сложно. Ну, тут смотря какие, на самом деле. Бывает сложно, бывает и простые. Я как... Я как человек, который прохожу очень часто ретро-игры, для меня некоторые игры не кажутся сложными. Потому что я в некоторые вот игры играл довольно-таки очень долгое время и считаю, как наизусть запоминаю такие игры и очень легко проходится. Вот да, действительно. Раньше делали игры прям, не дай боже, а сейчас... А сейчас что мы имеем, блин? На данный момент. Вот это реальный хардкор, на самом деле. 90-е годы это реальный хардкор. В детстве мы покупали игры, пытались проходить, ломали мы геймпады, все, сколько было, и все такое. У Версварма сейчас будет босс. Сейчас использует смоук, чтобы скрыть танк, пулемет, и стреляем по вот этим вот целям.
after battle tank is chicken to the farm, and we all know that the randomization,
Лулу?
and the choices you make there, and the rocks can make a big
А
difference.
можешь описать игру,
Arceus'
пожалуйста?
ring is after that, and that is a huge amount of
Вон, вы же писали хентай лучше был.
randomness
Блять.
in that game, you know, a lot that you don't have any control over.
Может, не надо
And then
хентай, а?
After that, I'm sorry, I said check into the farm, and then I started talking about rocks. That's because I was excited about lawnmower. I got confused for a second there. All 3 of those in a row are fantastic games, and I think all of them are
Так,
gonna,
Chicken
hopefully
of the
see
Farm.
some lead changes. A
Еще
lot of
одна
them
игра,
are fun
хомбрюшная.
to watch.
Awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a great time. Again, as always, thank
О,
you.
мимо тебя прошла. Видать, видать, я не знаю.
Again, I'm sure we'll be hearing from you soon.
Absolutely, but you know, I think that you should hear from somebody who knows
Что
a lot
за...
more about Big 20 than I do. I hope we can find somebody that might be able to help bring
Что
some
за...
wisdom beyond what
блин.
I can to commentary. You think you could find somebody like that?
I'm not sure. Let's think about it. We might be able to bring someone in. I would like to
Люля.
introduce an additional
лучше.
commentator for this back half of the race. Yogi the Monk, what's going on?
Hello.
Hey, Yogi.
How have things been? Have you been enjoying the race?
Oh, it's really good. Had some really exciting stuff.
Так, я понял.
Had a huge setback in Joust, and then just dunked everyone at Trog and made it all back, which was pretty exciting.
Yeah, I was gonna say he got mad, and then he decided to turn it on.
Блин, скриншот игры оставляет желать лучшего, я смотрю.
I know quite well. I ran this game, and I was second until this Big 20.
Это меня проходило. Вообще, вы знаете, когда у меня компьютер был-то самый первый, причем приобретенный? 2012 год мне ноутбук покупали, а до этого у меня вот эти вот консоли были. И первый PlayStation, и второй был, и Сегу с Дэнди, и все. И больше никакие консоли не были.
I know it's probably confusing, but you get like a super jump, and then you get like a pixel or
На PS1 рандовал с незнакомкой, попались как-то.
But for this race, most of them are not worth going for, because if you're not like super good at doing super jumps, then you're just gonna lose time because you're just gonna.
То есть это был не официальная игра, а всего лишь от пиратов. Такой порт, видимо, какой-то.
And shout out to 2 retro community celebs who actually made this game. Link Sevens, 7777, who has done plenty of Big 20s himself, and then one of my buddies, Mitch 3A, who I got to know many, many years ago in the Metroid community, but they made this game.
Yep, this is a homebrew, and you can, if you want it, it's easy enough to find. You just Google Chicken of the Farm NES, and you'll find it right away. And it's free, and yeah, it's a pretty fun little game. Of course, the object in each level, you have to.
Какая была первая игра? Самая первая.
And then you jump through the portal to go to the next level.
Очень трудно сказать в моем случае на данный момент. Либо первый Марио как раз, Супер Марио Брос, либо танчики, либо Duck Hunt. Вот что-то одно из 3. Да, 4 девятки в одном.
Can defeat enemies. This jump here he's taking a little extra time on because you can bonk your head on the ceiling and just fall all the way down back to the bottom. And these little gaps in the level that Overswim's on are pretty pixel perfect to jump through. So he's doing a good job there.
Я как раз в 90-е родился, поэтому у меня такие вот игры были. В 98-м примерно. Дэнди покупали. Как раз там в комплекте был картридж, 2 геймпада и пистолет. Можно было в уток шмалять нормально. мужичков на Диком Западе. Вот это было время,
Tongue attack is
конечно.
pretty
Да.
versatile. It can destroy enemies. It can destroy projectiles.
А вот в Марио я лишь только пытался всю игру запоминать. Все вот эти секретики, варпы и тому подобное.
Yeah, you run into that a lot where, like, unless you're really good at the super jumps, they're just not worth going for. You've got these platforms that are disappearing in this level that
Помню только игру про куриц.
You can still land on them even if they're invisible.
Is there a reason you'd want to go over there for a lot of them?
Not really, not too much. In most cases, a super jump solves the problem. I think he's trying to super jump around the left corner here rather than like zigzag left, all the way left and all the way right every time. Yeah, he's definitely hitting some super jumps here. If you see a jump being missed like by a pixel or two, it was probably
Вот, да, вот мы во что играли, они во всякие вот эти вот ваши Фортнайты, Апексы и прочее. Вот какое наше детство было, и оно незабываемое.
They're running any percent right now, which is just beat the 5 worlds and the final boss. But there's a hundo where you have to collect these little rabbits, and to get those you need super jumps like pretty much everywhere. Hundo is very, very hard. It's extremely hard to run hundo. Only for like the obsessive completionist types. But this level Overswarm Zone is I call it the Metroid level because it's kind of like the Metroid escape.
Yeah, exactly.
This one again, super jumps can come in handy here to skip some of the zigzagging from left all the way right. But it looks like he's just taking the zigzag path. On to World 5 for
Ух ты,
Overswarm,
Оверсварма.
which is the final boss.
Почему лягушонок облизывает жопку курицы,
There's
блин?
iframes, so mashing
Это что за хомбрю игра такая, блин?
because you can only really do damage when the chicken goes white.
На самом деле это последний босс, видать, и все. Вот и все.
And there we go.
Just looks wrong when you fight him from behind.
Just like that.
Кстати, там было упоминание никнейма на Твиче Линк 4 семерки. Это я знаю такого человека, как Тасера. То есть он Тасы писал. Вот. Значит, и такую игру делали. Тонометр, блин. Ух. Я не знаю, потому что я очень редко им пользуюсь. Скорее всего, End какой-нибудь там. Так, чё у Оверсварм у нас? Аркиста Ринг. Аркиста Ринг. Не очень для меня понятная игра на самом деле, вообще впервые вижу. Может, я играл в него, но не совсем так много. Очень-очень какая-то странная игра. Так, NS Cardinality возвращается на основной стрим.
To gain all your health, he just used it, regained all his health, he had 0 hearts left, and just refills you on the way back up. But there's also other things like fire ones, which are really good and they pierce objects.
Автоматически Omron M2 Basic Arrow.
Item that zaps the whole screen.
По-моему, в твоем, Лерочка, случае, в твоем возрасте с помощью рановато. Не? Не сейчас?
And he got destroyed by bow drop RNG. Like he never got a bow upgrade, and then by the end of the game, he was not able to beat it. So
Oh no.
that could be an issue for someone. It seems very rare that that happens, but it did happen yesterday.
So some of the items will also give you item slots, not items.
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
up to what, 7 item slots?
Yeah, there's more bag space. Looks like Overswarm just touched that temple right
Ладно,
there
я
before
понимаю
all.
тоже ваши чувства, все вот эти.
There is bag space and there is equipment, but the equipment just adds more, like another heart each. Like if you get the helmet, you'll just have 6 hearts instead of 5 or whatnot. But yeah, these random drops are very important, as there are certain levels where it's very beneficial to get the fire rod and just shoot through walls and just kill everything through the walls. Otherwise, you have to take a long walk to go kill everything. Another important factor, which I think happens later, is there's certain levels with multiple stairs, and all of them except one are fake. So you have to kind of guess.
That one's rough.
You have to kind of guess, which stair is the real one. Which I did mess around with this a little bit for like RNG manip purposes to see if it was possible, and I couldn't find anything. Also, it's a pain to do so because the first level where that happens is like room 22 or something. So, but I don't think there's RNG manip of any sort in this, where you can like know what stairs is correct. Yep, Overswarm sitting on 2 fire rods.
Looks like Lack is finishing up chicken of the farm. He's opened up a bit of a lead. I want to say NES Cardinality is probably about 3 or 4 minutes behind Lack now.
Так, Лакатак завершил. Пролягушонка.
In the goal
Yeah,
of our kit.
Grizzly, I mean, we're over halfway through, but I mean, we've got plenty of time left. There's, for a 5-minute lead or so, there's definitely time to lose it.
Так, а я сейчас приду.
Yeah, in certain levels the stairs are different, not in every level. It's like Overswarm. I'm gonna pop a fire rod on this level to take out the enemies quickly.
I do want to point out quick, as we seem to be fairly confident that we have right now in the top row on your screen, you have Overswarm, Lack, and Nest Cardinality as first, second, third currently. There are some others also on Chicken of the Farm, but we brought in Christine's on the bottom. We got BTS, and I don't know if it's Immune or Immune 138. So we're checking in on how their playthroughs are going as well.
Overswarm inventory is looking pretty nice right
It's
now.
pretty, it looks stacked. He just got another one. He's got 5.
He's got 5 fire rods, 7 bag slots, a whole bunch of just armor. I would be pretty happy with that right now, I think.
Я на месте.
Black also looking pretty good, with 3 fire rods.
4 fire rods really early on. Wow.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the biggest important items to get.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of discretion to just whatever your least favorite rooms are, or ones that would help from being able to use it. You can just blow them if you get that many.
Быстренько перекусил, а то вот 2 часа сижу, считай, практически на одном месте и ничего не делал, конечно.
Very strong by itself. I think it can just kill like the beefy bosses. and
Спасибо.
whatnot. There's these hidden pathways that you have to. The trees look a little different, and you just push into them. And it opens it up. They're always fixed. It's not random or anything. You just know the way.
Yeah, the first time I saw that, I was like, man, how do they know where they're going?
Спасибо.
And I actually noticed they're different sprites. NES Cardinality finishing up Chicken of the Farm. So he will be, I think, our third person to start Arkista's Ring.
Блин, хорошие у тебя смайлы. Сама рисовала?
Speaking of the farm, I play on words, something to do with I don't know exactly, but Chinese. You know, there's a bunch of frogs in the field or something, and you can eat them like chicken, I guess. So yeah, fun fact. I have never eaten a frog, however.
Same here. Never had frog legs.
Yep, the devs for Chicken of the Farm are Link7777 and Mitch3A. Download it now. It's free.
I think that's one of the best parts about putting homebrews in a Big 20 too. It just gets so many more eyes on the games where then they would normally get.
Yeah, for sure. It's really awesome that, you know, people are still making NES games in the current era.
Yeah, I mean, I know as a retro lover, I'm very appreciative that people are still doing that.
Overswarm and Lack just kind of cruising with their 8 fire rods, and this Cardinality has about 20 fire rods. Everybody's getting fire rods. I think everybody's having a good time here.
I mean, honestly, if it's going to be a super heavy RNG game, I would rather have everyone just get incredible good luck.
Yeah, for sure.
That's one of the most frustrating parts of this race, is being in a game with heavy RNG and you just get the worst RNG.
Yeah, no fire rods, no bow upgrades, and then all of a sudden you've lost 15 minutes because you have to start over. Which just feels really bad after you've prepped for, 5 weeks.
Oh, I missed it. Did Overswarm just get to the staircase room? Oh no, he's here right now.
I think it's 22. This one Overswarm's in right now. I don't think I've ever seen them. There's that freebie stairs on the 3rd column. I don't think that one has ever been the real stairs, but I don't know if it can be or not. But I've never seen anyone actually hit that stairs and have it be the real one.
Yeah, this is the room that can just waste so much time if you get bad luck. And not bad for
Ooh,
OS.
pretty good,
It goes
yeah.
4th stairs.
Я вот смотрю на Аркисту Ринг, и вообще ни хрена не понятно.
I think that second column has
Что
two
тут
sets of
вообще
stairs, but-
надо делать?
I don't actually
Нет,
know what
это
the
официальная
red
игра.
item is on the right for Overswarm. I want to say it's a ninja stunner, but that's half guess. Like it stuns the ninjas, but that's only from what I read out of the manual. Ah, yeah. Chat says, yeah, that is correct.
Мне кажется, у меня на китайской
Yeah, that
многоигровке
won't,
есть такая
if I
игра.
recall right, that won't appear until towards the later part of the game either.
Yeah, that's what happened to Firebroth the other day. He reached the end, didn't have bow upgrades, didn't have any of the stun items, and then the ninjas just swarm you, and you can't really do anything about it until they just take away all your lives. Lack in NASCAR and building up some nice inventory. They all look pretty comfy.
We've also brought Boo Hender and Coconut 85 onto stream.
Yeah, I think this battle tank tech is fairly recent, and it's like Blaster Master, just the pausing, but it's a little bit more precise, I think, and I'm pretty sure it's just frame perfect. Like you just have to pause on a certain frame, and then if it's doing damage on that frame, then it just does infinite damage until it dies. But it's frame perfect, but you get a lot of chances. Like if you miss it, then you try again. You miss it and you try it again. But as soon as Overswarm did that battle tank tech, he instantly PB'd with like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes
Всё, Оверсаром закончил игру. Ни хрена не понятно, но очень интересно. Вот следующая еще одна очередная хомбрюшная игра. Газонокосильщик. Lawn Mower.
But that was the end, and we're on to Lawnmower. This is a really fun one. It's a home
Тут всего 10 уровней. Нужно покосить траву газонокосильщиком.
That counts down, and eventually you have to go pick up some gas to refill it back up. And if you run out of fuel, you have to restart the level. And other things can make your fuel run out super fast, like running over flowers, rocks, etc. Here's some flowers for Overswarm, and yep, the objective is to cut all the grass on the level.
Looks like Lack got really bad RNG on one of the stairs.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, he had to go. It was one of them where they are pretty far apart, and he had to go to pretty much the last one. I do think. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, Lawnmower might be one of the absolute most hyped games they finally got into this. Like people went crazy on the reveal when it was revealed.
Lawnmower it's great. It's a great time. Everyone should mow some lawns.
Yeah, it's really fast paced. Like you have to be very focused and always be thinking very fastly. If fastly is even a word, which it's not.
And I think too with Lawnmower, I think that there are some people that would say that Lawnmower might be like the best game to have like a blind race of. So it's always a fun time to watch those.
One thing, the gas has to spawn in a place that has already been cut, so that can add some strategy. Although I think the most of the lawns have been like pretty much optimized by the past runners of this game, you know. So no need to reinvent the wheel too much when you can just copy what they do. Another thing is, if you were a god, you could hold start on power on and just fully manip it, but you would have to hit like 500 like 4-frame windows. But it is technically possible.
I mean, if it's possible.
If you wanted to fully manip it, but the full manip would manip where the gas would spawn. You can at least manip some levels.
Yeah, it looks like Overswarm is like, you know, once you get to the second half of the lawns, like lawn 6 really kicks it up a notch. And he like got through there with barely any problem, and lawn 7 too. He's doing super efficiently. So he's feeling it in lawnmower. Feeling it.
It is possible to not hold the B button, and the lawnmower will move much slower if you want to like play safe and get through like a little turn or something. If it's like vital that to not.
На комментариях сейчас Юги да Монг.
Speed up for a second. But I don't know that the.
Тоже элитный человек, на самом деле. В большинстве Биг 20 он участвовал. Не помню, в каких играх он владеет мировым рекордом. Ну, довольно-таки он очень увлекательно играет в Ультиму, вроде бы как.
Created a or tried to make a lawnmower AI to learn.
Ну, тоже спидранер. Йоги.
Unfortunately, Hankbot never defeated Lawn 1.
Hey, I mean, it's a hard game, okay?
Forever doomed to drive around Lawn 1 and not know where the gas is.
Вот у него первое место в Боку, сука, Варс на Фамикоме. Final Fantasy 3 на NES. Ну, точнее, на Фамикоме. Ультима 3, вот первое место у него. Wonderpool. Очень интересная игра. А, нет. Короткие уровни. Castle Quest у него, вот. Любимая игра Ивана. Офигенно. Ультима 4 тоже первое место. Час всего лишь прохождения. Кьюберт, вот как раз, да, Кьюберт, он единственный знающий человек, который знает всю игру Кьюберта на NES. Прям вообще. Это не человек, так-то. Ультима 5. Я говорю, он очень увлекается РПГшкой вот этой. Ультимой. Оверсван закончил он Маура, но Лак Атак только сейчас будет начинать. Пока что разница на целую игру сейчас. Но прямо сейчас уже будет Супер Спринт. Тенгеновская игра. Обычно тенгеновские игры, они не выходили официально. То же самое, как тенгеновский Тетрис, Пакмен тенгеновский, ну и так далее. Есть некоторые исключения, которые тенгеновские игры выходили официально. Я не помню, какие игры точно были.
This is a racing game that even I can be okay at. Racing is my worst genre, but
Гаунтлет на NES выходил официально. Вот да, от Тенгена. Вроде бы.
And look how fast it is. It's like 3 times faster than the AI. Like, how can you lose?
Клакс вот официально выходила.
Yeah, no, as long as like, you know, nothing can go wrong in it, right? Nothing can go wrong. And we will point out too that this is a game. It's 7 tracks, but it starts at level 0. So we actually need them to get to level 6, which is actually level 7. So there you go.
And it does have some decent like path tracking. You can't just on the level that Overswarm's on, you can't just take the top half of the track over and over again. It won't actually progress you. And naturally there's tornadoes because, I mean, come on, you're in a racing game. Why wouldn't there be tornadoes to move you off the path?
Unlike RC Pro-Am, where the AI cheats like mad, this AI is very slow. and doesn't really do anything. Now you can collect these little wrenches, and you can use the wrenches to buy power-ups, acceleration, you know, your usual racing power-ups, acceleration, max speed, traction, all that. I think somebody said in Discord that having more than 1 point in acceleration is actually worse, as it makes you start the track slower for some reason. But I don't know how big of a difference all those power-ups actually do, because I didn't really notice all too much difference after getting them. Like you're still just
Это что там за шорткат был от Оверсворма?
Yeah, but then you might be
На одном из
3.1 times
поворотов.
faster.
Acceleration 3 is glitched out, says Yelzrink.
А, там дорожка такая небольшая есть.
Does seem like we have finally started to see some separation. Like OS is reasonably ahead of LAC, and LAC is reasonably ahead of everyone else. And so seems like it took whatever that ends up being, 13 to 14 games, but we have seen some separation finally.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show like how much time the runners have put into these games, and it's just after the the 5 weeks how well they all know the different scenarios, the variables, and kind of how to act on them.
Тем временем прошло 2 часа. Спидранерские пальцы еще в норме после такого? Я могу сказать, что да. Это же как бы все на выносливость, все это, да. Поэтому... В моем случае еще не устали, а все еще продолжают работать. Ну, у меня прошлый Биг 20 ушло 4 часа. Там, наверное, в некоторых играх я там застревал. Вроде бы в каких-то.
You need I think it's 2 wrenches per level, and he's been throwing them all into a nice explosion right there. Throwing them all into some top speed, so super helpful, especially with some of these longer straightaways.
Of all the tracks, only this one could be a little tricky, but that was only because I only played through it one time, and the first 6 tracks were fairly straightforward, even if it's your first time, and then this one was a little tricky. But these guys should have no problem.
Even getting owned by a tornado, he still lapped most people.
Так, все, Оверсон закончил. Теперь самое интересное в списке Big 20. Dragon Warrior Randomizer.
First, let's clear up the most common question from the chat. Did they know this seed in advance, or is it a random seed? It's a fixed seed that they got 5 weeks ago, and everybody's playing the same.
Да, все играют на одном и том же сиде, то есть один и тот же рандом в этой игре. Поэтому не сделали так, чтобы полностью игра была рандомная абсолютно. Всякие энкаунтеры были там, врагов и так далее.
So HPNMP is for safety in the Stone Golem fight and for both stats. Like it's good to have more HP, it's good to have more MP.
3 час пошел, в принципе. Третья половина, скажем так, идет. То есть мы уже к 16-й игре подошли, осталось вот 5 игр. И как раз по времени у нас, если судить по Google таблице, то у нас остается примерно... Где-то полчаса примерно.
Then you get hurt more.
Now he's level 3, we've got hurt more and sleep.
Хотя если смотреть по среднему времени, а не по лучшему времени, то минут на 45 еще где-то. Ну, 3 часа, да, это самое оптимальное время для
Yeah, I was gonna say,
прохождения
it looks
всех
good.
20
But, I
игр.
mean, it still seems good, right? Because, like, do you
Yeah.
even need the sword now? You don't. I don't think.
Yeah, this is still good. Right now, no, you don't necessarily need it. You could still buy it. It does have some niche uses on the Stone Golem fight later on. But yeah, there's zones in Dragon Warrior, and the zones are 15 by 15 tiles. So they're squares that are 15 by 15. And in that particular zone, Demon Knights can spawn, and not only can they spawn, but they're double weighted. So there's two enemies that roll Demon Knights there. And Demon Knight is just a character that you can't use Hurt More on it, you can't punch it down, it's just gonna kill you, and it's really hard to run away from. So it's basically a death sentence if you run into one. Everybody's gonna die to this thing. There's really not much you can do about it. All you can do is minimize your time into those zones with the Demon Knights and like maximize your time on the grass tiles. The grass tiles have less encounters. And minimize your time in the zones with the Demon Knights.
Я смотрю, у Стэнза там
We have to go through those zones.
своя вечеринка пьяная. Тоже смотрит Биг 20. Но, видать, комментарии не совсем про Биг 20, я так думаю.
To win, well, we need the harp. The harp is at a certain set of coordinates that are known. Usually you would go to a town called Cantlin and talk to an old man and he tells you the coordinates of where to look for the harp, but since the seed is already fixed, we already know the coordinates, so we never have to go to Cantlin if we don't want to.
Блин, РПГ просто не мой жанр, так-то абсолютно. Поэтому я не люблю такие игры, которые убивают вообще твое время жизни на фармы всякие и тому подобное.
The Stones of Sunlight, which is protected by the spiked tile in Hawk's Nest, which is a stone golem. Overswarm hitting a metal slime.
Так, Эндерспелл только что закончил прохождение Батл-танка. Батл-танк, ну у нас еще Color Theory на Adventure Island находится. Поэтому, видать, все участники прошли как минимум половину списка.
And he converts them into the rainbow drop, and then you go use the rainbow drop to make the bridge to the Dragon Lord's castle, and then the goal is to enter the Dragon Lord's castle. So in short,
0 хп, ресет, ай-яй-яй, оверсварм. Помирает, блин, походу, на входе вот этого Чарлока.
Color Theory and MTI on the bottom now. Welcome. Looks like they are progressing well through the race.
Overswarm has everything except the Stones of Sunlight, which are guarded here in Hawk's Nest by the Stone Golem. Runs into a wizard,
Да,
but is
жалко
fortunate
время,
enough to
действительно.
be able to run away. He is level
Я
7,
лучше во
high
что-нибудь
level
другое
you are,
сыграю.
has to run away. And gonna go to the tile before Herb up and fight the Stone Man. Now this fight can be dangerous. Basically the strat is
Судья Дред, например. Да, блять, меня заедает этот Судья Дред. Как от него избавиться? Не, ладно, хоть и поиграл с удовольствием, но, блин, игра такая у вас же, конечно, блин. Вот теперь я хочу посмотреть, как другие проходят Судью Дреда. Вот. Без всяких сейв-стейтов, а вот по-нормальному. Как на консоли.
Overswarm gets hit by the stop spell, which means he can no longer do reasonable damage. Tries to run away, fails, and gets bopped by the Stone Golem. There's not much you can do about this. I mean, he's level 7, that's fine.
Да, это как у меня заноза в одном месте, который я хрен вытащу, блин. Да, мне Шторм Ривер говорил, Роза бывает игра, но только на снейсе, да. Дропнула. РГГ-1.
And then 2 Hurtmores until they actually hit. And then looks like
РГГ Land,
yeah,
скорее всего.
usually it's-
Land, да.
you can get it,
А там еще анонсировали
second
какой-то
try,
второй
so-
РГГ Land. Ну, в общем, ладно.
Usually. And that's it. Now he has to go turn everything in and
Это такой
drop,
любительский
and then walk
проект,
down to
скажем так.
Dragon
Кому
Lord
делать
Castle,
нефиг
and
и
it's
хотят
over.
много игр поиграть.
Even with that death, I feel like getting that blue Draki at the beginning and kind of powering his level.
Я бы, конечно, и
that was
позволил
so
себе свой собственный какой-нибудь
Yeah,
РГГ
for
стрим,
sure.
но
Overstorm has a good,
я не вижу в
sense
этом
of,
смысла, конечно.
I feel like he has a good sense of
Точно
the
так же
risk of this
смысл
game.
не вижу, как и в прохождении 100 игр на...
Some people
на
just,
стри-
like,
на одном
rush off,
стриме
get the token, and they're like
100
level one,
NES-овских
level two,
игр.
and then they run into whatever, and then they can't run away from it, and they die. But Overstorm,
Проходи на
expect him
SNES, блин.
to level up a bit more before he goes that far, and then he can run away easier. And there we go.
I actually think what you just said might be one of the more underrated skills of just what makes a good racer, or not just a
Ну, а
top 20
Сверсон
fan race, it's
закончил
just your ability to
рандомайзер.
assess risks.
Теперь Funhouse, игра из
etc., and just knowing
этих
exactly how far you can
из
push it
вселенной
safely.
Симпсонов. Если это оно, конечно, Funhouse.
And yeah, this Dragon Warrior.
А,
is
нет,
where
Funhouse, нет,
you're just
это
gonna
не та
die.
игра.
There's
Это
no
игра
way
с
to-
видом сверху от Хайтеча, да.
No matter what your route is,
Тут нужно
everybody is just
какие-то там циферки закрывать.
if
Или
not
вот
more
эти
than
вот
once.
фиговины. Я перепутал с
To reduce the
Красти
risk of dying.
Фанхаусом.
That's about it.
He's on the Funhouse, which is a really, really odd game of throwing tomatoes at various numbers.
I don't think so, Cove.
You do, you okay? Fine, that's fine.
That was a home improvement reference.
Yeah, it's a Tim Allen joke. but It's not Tim Allen, by the way. Everyone.
It's definitely Tim Allen. The object of Funhouse is you run around and you throw tomatoes at these discs.
Я вот задаюсь
and
себе
once
таким
you do it to all
вопросом.
the discs, a
На
key
будущее
appears,
что-нибудь
and you move
такое
the
произойдет,
discs
например,
over
и
them,
дадут
and you have to
реквест
do
на
order.
какую-то
That's
определенную
pretty
игру.
much it. Just gotta know the level layout,
Игр так-то
know
очень
the
много,
discs.
конечно, и довольно-таки
important
длинных.
thing
Я
is,
вот подумал, если вот на Сегу
Spinning
взять
discs block your shots,
те игры,
so if
которые
you
я
go
никогда
over
не
them,
играл и не
you wanna
проходил.
go
Допустим.
straight into all of them, because the closest
Ван
ones you wanna
Грисер
block all your
первый.
shots, you wanna, like, go at an angle and shoot all your tomatoes from various angles.
Лэндсталкер.
And that's-
Crusader of
that's pretty much
Senti.
it. It's got weird controls where you hold A to
Вот
move
такие вот
forward and
игры, блин. Очень
turn left and right
длительные.
to turn.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that is about it.
Какая-то
I'm
еще
sure
одна игра на
that
примете у меня
probably
была.
what all the runners do, but, Overswarm's about to be on it, is there is a way
Shining Force
to
2.
2-1
Во,
goal
точно,
with the
блин.
first two floors
А,
winless.
Я надеюсь, до такого не дойдет, блин.
Practice and just the runners are gonna know not to go over where that warp is. But that could affect maybe more some of the blind racers or something.
Lack Attack having a rough level 1, and Dragon Warrior runs into a Metal Scorpion and a Skeleton. Two things that you can't
А может и
handle.
до Demolition Мэна там дело дойдет? Но я не знаю. Я, видать, не хочу пока.
Might have the sword, because he just killed a magician. Yeah, I think he has the
Тем-
sword.
Я вот и поэтому говорю, я их не хочу, чтобы я в них играл, блин. Убивать такое время, конечно. Но если этот момент и наступит для меня, то назад пути нет.
We're gonna bring in DH Stom probably for our last update until like the official, whoever finishes at the top end of the race, and we'll see how everyone else is doing. So DH Stom, how are you? As we're getting close to the end here, we see our top three looking like Overswarm, Lack. That's Cardinality right now. What's it looking like elsewhere in the field?
Yep, that is
Нет.
a definitive
Beyond
top three
Twice
at
тем
this
более.
point, but right behind them is a group of
Я
about
когда-то в него
7
играл.
or 8 racers that are all doing really well.
Когда ты в него играл, дошел какого-то места и все. А я потом вспомнил про эту игру, а сохранение я не нашел нифига. Ну, значит, перепройду. Нет, не перепройду, а пройду. Так как я не проходил эту игру вообще. Был картридж без батарейки. Да. Чисто на капельке вроде как бы игра была. Конечно, очень странно. Иметь игру без... без батарейки. Это то же самое, как у меня с Айртон Сенна и Супер Монако GP2 было. Там система сохранения есть, а на платке не было батарейки. То есть нет вот этого слота под батарейку. Не сделали. Но в любом случае, Beyond Oasis я буду в него играть. Не обязательно на 100%, но чтобы просто вот игру пройти.
And then we got a couple that are still playing catch up, one on Loops, two on Zetsis, one on Joust.
А вот насчет, да, кстати, этого лангрейсера, он же Варсонг. По мне тоже на батарейках не видал такую игру, а чисто только на вот этих каплях или микросхеме.
All right, can't wait to see this. And yeah, Overswarm definitely has a lead, but there's some hard games coming up, guys.
Absolutely.
Lag Attack picking up his Stones of Sunlight, going to head to the trade-in guy to get his Rainbow drop and end it. This card is notoriously extremely good at Dragon Warrior, I hear.
Не знаю, вот насчет РПГ игр. Какая музыка лучше? В Dragon Warrior, он же Dragon Quest, или все-таки Final Fantasy? Хоть и, конечно, серия Final Fantasy с его нумерацией, она сбивается, блин, в американском регионе, но в Японии там все четко. Так, у Версорма 3 игры уже осталось, и сейчас будет очень интересная игра под названием Various Woods. Да. Various Woods. Последняя лицензионная игра в Америке. 94 год. Последняя. Это такая игра очень сложная по типу Доктора Марио, может, какого-то Йоши Куки, где нужно собрать вот этих монстриков одного цвета и уничтожить всех бомбой. Но рандом в этой игре тоже решает на самом деле. Вам могут дропнуть не те цвета бомбы, которые надо для очистки. Вот. А чтобы пройти уровень, нужно следовать инструкциям слева на экране и очищать врагов таким вот образом. Очень сложная игра на самом деле. Когда-то я хотел купить японскую версию вот этой игры, Вареное море вроде как, да. Но я что-то передумал в последнее время. Я лучше поиграю в Tetris 2 плюс Bombliss.
There's a lot of strategy involved of clearing out colors, like here. Overswarm clears the green. The next thing to come cannot be green because there's no green on the board. It's very important to fully clear colors.
Yeah, as we see as it gets to some of like the more difficult levels, one interesting thing to see will be you know, there's going to be a lot of, you want to get 5 colors in a row, 5 of the same color in a row to get those diamonds, but it could make you go way out of the way to try and create that, and actually cost you more time than you're trying to save. So it might be times where it might just be more efficient to just get a quick 3, another quick 3, as opposed to trying to make the map.
Да, потом в таких вот дальнейших уровнях на 60-х, 70-х начинается самый жопа, в котором монстрики заполняют весь вот этот игровой стакан. И прямо очень сложно выгребать этот стакан. Но на самом... это самое... Весь прикол в том, что они сейчас играют в режиме А, потому что в режиме Б там после каждого 5-го или 10-го уровня там босс. И нужно этого босса убивать при помощи вот уничтожения монстриков с бомбой. Что неловко на самом деле. И вот когда мы очищаем 4 или 5 монстриков, у нас появляется кристалл нужного цвета. И если соединить этот кристалл с монстриком и бомбой, то мы очищаем всех монстров того цвета, на котором выпал вот этот кристалл. Нужного цвета именно.
Is if you can get rid of a color, just get rid of it.
Yep. Yeah, throw that extra bomb into a combination so something else doesn't drop of that color. That's the most frustrating thing when you're we're waiting for a color and it just starts throwing orange bombs down at you when everything orange is still.
Ну тут цель прохождения пройти 20 уровень, так что не так уж и долгая игра. Для оверсварма, кажется. Уже 14 уровень заканчивается потихоньку. Да, и проходит 14 очень быстро.
Goal here is beat 20 rounds in game A.
Looks like Overswarms once they get that blue bomb was able to kind of create stairs to get up there, and then a green diamond drop from it, which is really nice. Get rid of the green, although there's that one green left, but it should be fine. There's some white bombs. It's through, doing well so far. Yeah, and then just to kind of reiterate,
да, вот так мы 4 монстриков очищаем в ряд, появляется кристаллик другого цвета, и все, и всех убиваем. Даже бомбу не надо, кстати. Чтобы с кристалликом очищать врагов. Тут, кстати, потом условие меняется. Чтобы убить монстриков, нужно не по вертикали уничтожать, а, например, по диагонали. Или же сначала задамажить один раз, а потом за короткое время нужно еще раз уничтожать этих монстриков, да. Или же уничтожать монстриков, которые потом меняются на других монстриков, других цветов, и тех уничтожать надо. Тоже вот такая вот особенность прохождения. Ну вот, все легко. Оверсворма.
Set it up so that the green enemies were all in a line. Dropped the green bomb on it. It dropped the blue diamond, and then the blue diamond went in between 2 blue characters. So nice, easy clear there.
And this cutscene leads us to round 20, which is the final round of this goal.
Да, вот она музыка сварю Вудса, блин. Лес варева. Двадцатый уровень, последний у Оверсворма.
Swarm on
nice-
round 20. Yep. Nice
Picks
clearance.
up a
in the
nice 6 in a row there.
round. That's a good feeling there.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna clear the rest up here pretty handily.
И все, и заканчивает Оверсворм.
Not too shabby.
А теперь самая интересная игра, в которой я когда-нибудь сыграю в него обязательно. Это G.I. Joe.
Дрио American Hero.
Это первая игра из серии G.I. Joe на NES, которая издавала компания Taxon при разработке Hasbro. А Hasbro, как известно, они делали всякие игрушки. И в частности, Монополия тоже Hasbro делала. Вот. И все, вот. G.I. Joe начинается. Очень интересная игра, я в него как-нибудь обязательно сыграю. Есть еще одна игра про G.I. Joe на NES. G.I. Joe Atlantis Factor. Это вот сиквел, которая издавала компания Capcom. Игры, мультсериалы, окей. А вот насчет фильмов очень трудно сказать. Конечно, и выходили там вот этот бросок кобры. Есть еще и отдельный фильм про Снейк Айса. Я так и не посмотрел, стоит ли оно вообще в просмотр или нет. Там вроде бросок кобры еще с этим, с Дуэйном Скала Джонсоном еще вроде как делали. Да, в общем, да, тут такие некоторые персонажи. Снейк Айс, Рок-н-ролл, Дюк, General Iron Джо. Это как раз самый главный в этой, ну, вселенной G.I. Joe. Скала был во втором фильме. Ну да, этот... Тем более. Я просто говорю то, что он был, да. А тут как раз у нас есть такие антагонисты. Этот Кобра Команд, самый главный антагонист из серии G.I. Joe. Есть еще у нас такие антагонисты, как... сейчас бы их вспомнить.
And for whatever reason, it falls after you do that.
Alright, I'm gonna ride off into the sunset and leave the rest to my assistant, Apollo.
Sounds good, Yogi.
Thanks
at your
for
service.
stopping in.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the race, and thanks for dropping some knowledge on us in the chat.
Will do. A lot of fun as always. Thanks for having me.
See ya, see ya.
Always good to have Yogi in here. One of the
Ну все, Йоги ушел.
Absolutely.
Так, вот у нас главный герой вот из G.I. Joe. У нас вот как раз Дюк, Хоук, Близзард, Капитан Грид, Айрон Джо, как раз вот самый главный. Снейк Айс, Скарлетт, Док, Флинт, Ганг Хо, Джинкс, Рок-н-ролл, я уже говорил, да? Кто у нас тут еще? Клатч, Брейкер, Бэррел Ролл. Ну и вот. И вот главные у нас антагонисты. У нас Кобра Командер, Дестра, Шторм Шэдоу, Зартон, Крок Мастер, Блэкаут, Оверкилл, ну и так далее. Так, F-стрим. Да, я в чате тоже вижу. Там тоже F пишут. Там кого-то открывали под конец игры. В Atlantis Factor самый последний босс это как раз Кобра Командер. Да. Так. Ну, сейчас там марафон идет так-то. А сейчас стрим починит, видимо. Летающий персонаж игровой был. А я не помню. Так, говорят, что вернулись. Ну-ка. Нет. Ну-ка. Ебой.
I mean, it still looks pretty rough frame rate wise.
Yeah.
Вроде бы все идет. Нет, видать,
Yeah,
технические
the old
неполадки
internet
были.
hipsters need to start spinning.
It's okay. It's not like you found out a day or two ago you had to restream as well as commentate.
Ну, видать, буферы пошли, я смотрю. Но таймер еще идет, так что
I mean, honestly, the amount of
не с
work
чем
you've had to do to
волноваться.
prep for this, to be able to restream it, to be able to commentate through it, to be able to prep for the intro and everything. it's
Ну,
pretty
скорее
incredible,
всего,
so
да.
I hope chat understands how much work you've had to put into this.
Ну да, по Джайджо у меня на примете вот эта игра к прохождению для NES в рамках
So be
ферстранов.
good. That would be
Я,
good.
по-моему, как-то вот один раз стримил Рафл, но это очень давно было. Я вот дошел до 3-го уровня и все. Игра очень интересная, надо как-нибудь в него полноценно сыграть.
Okay. Okay, I'm feeling a little better. We're feeling a little better. We might be back, like good back.
Okay, I think we're live again. Yeah, it looks okay to me.
Okay.
If you're having issues, well, there's no point in me actually saying the words "if you're having issues, refresh" because they're not hearing me. But, you know, what if your friends are having issues? Tell them to refresh. Sure, let's go with that.
Okay. I think we're back. We're live. It seems like frame rate's a little bit better, and we got some music. and
Ну
stuff,
да,
so-
вообще очень отличная музыка в этой игре, кстати.
Yeah, so Overswarm is progressing nicely through G.I. Joe. Almost fell into the pit there on that boss. So Captain, we were talking about some of the different G.I. Joes you could pick. Captain Gridiron here, his main strength is his punching is just off the charts powerful. And so for a couple bosses here, we're going to be using him, and that was one of the bosses that we want to use him on. On this next level, we are picking Snake Eyes again because we want to be able to jump a little higher to get over some of these gaps. But yeah, most of the time,
Кстати,
we're picking
большинство
some combination of Snake
боссов
Eyes,
можно
Rock and
убивать
Roll, and
как
Captain
раз
Gridiron.
переключением
Because those
оружия
are
на
the best
кулаки и
for
так вот
jumping,
периодически их
for weapons, and for
менять.
punching, as we've stated.
Да, и будет очень огромный урон наносить боссам.
The good news is bad things happen in threes. So if we just went offline 3 times, then we should be good for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's perfect then. We're good.
How about that commentator curse?
Yeah, we're good to. Yeah. man.
Looks
It's
like
okay.
Lack just beat the first level of G.I. Joe. Or the first boss, rather. As Overswarm moves on to Star Wars.
Yes.
The final game of the race.
Star Wars is the final game, and a game that definitely was. It's been spooky. It's definitely.
Все, Оверсворм последняя игра. Звездные войны от GVC.
Overswarm's gonna be going and grabbing a
Последняя игра.
lightsaber. And so one of the biggest like gatekeep part of the game.
Явный лидер.
One of the stages is the asteroid stage. And so you going into it without collecting any.
Есть вот различные версии Star Wars, там на NES, на Famicom, там вообще непонятная путаница. Есть самый трушный первый Звездные войны, который выходил в Японии и от вроде как от Намка. Да, самый трушный первый Star Wars. Ну, конечно, на японском языке не выходило на Западе, а лишь только в Японии. И вот там всякие различные версии, вот как раз GVC версия просто называется Star Wars. Есть еще Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, вроде бы. Их, по-моему, несколько таких частей Star Wars. Да, вот эта игра 91-го года у нас.
It does a ton of damage, so while you want to be going fast, you also want to be going careful as well. He just basically lost half his health there, and I think just trying to be safe. Yeah, he thought about it. He's like, you know what? Let me grab this health.
Да, Empire Strikes Back в 92-м выходил, спустя год после вот этой игры.
So this is the stage that Overswarm is probably going to grab. There's a shield higher up, but you lose about 20-30 seconds going for it. There's one right here that you lose about, like, 5 seconds, but it's worth it to not lose in the asteroid stage, because it could be tough. But again, this game is a stage that, there's a lot of lives, but you can, if you die, you start the stage over, and that things can go wrong very quickly.
And I think Overswarm, correct me if I'm wrong, is one of the people that will keep track of roughly how he's doing compared to
если судить по статистике победителей всех вот этих Big 20 забегов, то Overswarm никогда не выигрывал на первом месте. Были топ-3 в каких-то ивентах. Но, скорее всего, если я, конечно... Ну, как я знаю, скорее всего, это будет для него первая победа. Надо спросить там в чате, для Overswarm это будет первая победа.
So far, clean. You should be able to make it through without much worry. There it is. He gets through the asteroid stage, and now we have some a bit tougher some platforming stages. So as you see, there's like these, you saw them in one of the other stages too. They're kind of these like airways you can jump into, and it shoots you up into the sky. One important thing with that is that when there's going to be stages that they use them to not take fall damage. There is a lot of fall damage in this game, but if you get shot out of the little vent and lands, you actually don't take the fall damage from it. And this maze, there's a lot of doors. Luckily, all the runners are going to know kind of which way to go. It ended up being that you just kind of go into the next door you see. But there's a robot at the top of the screen that is the scariest part of this elevator stage.
Чё-то пока никакой информации я не вижу на самом-то деле. All Big 20, Summary Stats. Возможно, там будут информации.
He gets nice and careful,
Yeah.
gets past the robot, is able to go through. And the next part should be fine. You should be able to just kind of jump through and not have to worry about
А,
it.
вот, я нашел рейс-виннеров. Так-то. Так, Оверсварм, Биг 20 номер 9. Третье место. Биг 20 номер 12. А, вот, первое место у него. Биг 20 номер 13. Второе место. У него сейчас 16, а 15 пропустили.
So Overswarm
Значит,
is able
видимо,
to,
это будет
get
вторая
through this. It's
победа
just like a quick little boss fight.
для
Just,
Оверсворма.
you just knock the oh, I'm blanking on the name, but he's able to use his lightsaber to get through real quick, going back into the elevator stage. And there's gonna be a little trick he's gonna do. He's gonna fall and just hold up.
Да,
It's gonna allow you. That's
вот
the
такая
one
вот
time where you don't take damage, you
информация
just open the door.
на данный
Now we're getting
момент.
to some of the really tough platforming stages. The biggest thing here is you're going to start seeing a lot of spikes. And the runners are going to overswarm, or any of the runners are going to just want to avoid the spikes as much as possible. Don't take damage, don't want to start the platforming stage over.
Ну чё, потихоньку приближаемся к конечной станции, скажем так.
Like he's getting through, being safe, jumping over these robots.
Последний файт, конечно же, против Дарквейдера.
Now ready for the scariest boss fight of the game.
Но пока
Fine
до него
mechanical play
еще,
right here.
пока еще до него рановато.
Lightsaber and he does.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
Okay, and now the stage that Overswarm on is definitely it's the toughest platforming stage. He's trying to gain momentum to be able to jump into these vents. There are a ton of places that take damage from spikes and a lot of really spooky jumps. So we'll see how he goes through here. So far, so good. Taking it nice and slow to get past kind of the spike blocks. He's at the very end, so there's a robot here that can kind of basically one-hit kill the player. We're gonna see if he takes a save. He goes for the jump, gets over him, avoids the bullet, but there's a guy shooting. This could be
Жизньку!
spicy.
А, жизньку не взял, подыхает.
So now he's gotta actually start the whole stage over again. That was the last jump until getting to kind of the dogfighting stages.
That's interesting to me. Like knowing Overswarm, that's something he usually would have played safer for. I wonder if
Так, Локатак закончил с Джай Джо и приступает к последней игре.
Yeah, I think
У него с кардиналити третий уровень. Уровень 3.1. Вот это вот концовочка, конечно.
Yep, makes sense.
And he gets through the second time though.
Та-та-та. Та-та-та.
Black attack is also
Та-та-та.
here. So Overswarm is now on the
Па-да-ба-да-ба.
first of two kind of dogfighting
Так,
stages where there's a bunch of TIE fighters. I think the
шутер,
first of this has 40
точнее
and the next
тир.
one has 60. So you actually have to kill all 40 of the TIE fighters.
Летим к звезде смерти.
On the screen for Overswarm. But the way the bullets hit and the hit registry is not what you would think. You kind of gotta have the actual bullets going towards the crosshair be what hits the TIE fighters. And it also works better if the crosshairs are moving. So you're gonna see Overswarm kind of sweep as he's shooting towards the TIE fighters. And then the green little boogers you see getting shot at you, I think you can take like 8 hits from the missiles. You can also shoot those down as well. So right now,
Вот эту музыку можно считать как заглавной темой Звездных войн. Можно услышать на аккордеоне там, где-то там еще можно услышать.
So just 2 more stages left for Overswarm. We're at 248 right now. It's gonna be close. This one now, so there's 60 TIE fighters you have to destroy in the X-wing. You're gonna see Overswarm use kind of a cheese that is used where he's gonna put the cursor in the top right and kind of sweep back left and right, and that drags the TIE fighters in this phase towards the center of the screen. After some of these are killed, you're going to start seeing them come from the top and the bottom. This is a little bit more of a difficult spot where he's going to have to be dodging shots and trying to drag them up and down the screen. Just trying to drag them down. Sometimes they get away. Now you start seeing them come from left and right, so he's going to do the left-right sweep again to drag them to the middle of the screen. So he still has 4 hits left, 3 hits left. But this is the last. I think this is the last phase. I'm not sure if any of the TIE fighters got away. Might have to redo it, but it looks like he's gonna make it through here without much issue.
Да, там потом 4 мая будет
Okay, and we're moving on to the final stage of
особый
Star
день,
Wars.
конечно,
In
для
the
фанатов
trenches.
Звездных войн.
We're gonna be flying the X-wing.
Ну что ж, Звезда Смерти у Оверсворма.
Nice one, Yells. Nice one.
I was gonna ignore that, but I'm kind of glad you mentioned it.
Yeah. Yeah, so as we're going through, we see he's shooting in front of him because TIE fighters could appear in front. Shooting behind the missiles because TIE fighters can appear from behind him. Dodging all these, shooting the missile. Why is his targeting system off? He shoots it, he goes through the gap.
И все, походу.
And that is a GG.
Все, Оверсварм заканчивает
First place,
20 игр и становится победителем большой двадцатки.
It looked like it was really close to 250. I'm interested to see what the final race time was. I'm not in the SRL race.
So according to race time, the final time is 2:50:07.
2 часа 50 минут и 7 секунд.
I think that's above his average time. He was doing some races against his average time, and I want to say it was 250 something.
Yeah, I don't know if he had a sub 250 during practice at all. So this might have been like an actual full run PB. Yeah, so we see Lack Attack now is on Star Wars. Actually fell, so he's probably going to take some damage to restart the stage.
Оверсворм вообще красавчик. GG.
And then what we're also going to be doing is, as runners are starting to finish, we're going to try and catch as many runners as possible when they're getting towards closer to the end of the run. But we're going to stick right now with Lack Attack to see how he finishes off the second half of Star Wars.
Yep, and just be patient with us a little bit because Apollo is also running the restream. So as we're trying to get more and more people into this, get people in for some interviews, etc., it might get a little hectic for a bit.
Сейчас будут, по всей видимости, брать интервью победителя. Так что, может, и услышим некоторые комментарии.
Gets through is on the second half of the elevator stage. Again, he's going to be doing that trick where he's not going to take fall damage. And as we see, Ness Cardali is also on Star Wars as well.
Так, лак-атака
Get a
босс.
fight for Lack.
Да, быстро.
Get the lightsaber swing on it and get on through.
Yeah, I mean, and it just goes to show that even because you might not have a good early game, or you have a game that really just you do really badly on at the beginning, it doesn't mean you're out of this race. Like, it's 20 games. So if you have a really good 19 games, you can have one bad game and still do incredibly well for the race.
Yeah, no, it was a great show of like not, someone could easily get tilted. Having struggling the way he did.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious to hear if he thinks if like Overswarm of a few years ago, before he had done this, if this was his first Big 20, would that have essentially ended his race? Would he have tilted and not been able to come back? Because it seemed like it didn't even phase him at all. He might have been upset, but
Yeah.
he did very, very well for all the rest of the games, obviously.
Oh, it looks like there's some questions too. I'm getting in chat about if the warp is taken in Funhouse, if that does occur, because you can't like go backwards, you basically have to restart, either die to get to the beginning of floor 2 or basically restart.
Так, вопрос.
And Zarnax
Лак-атак
is making
сможет
particular
ли
farm look
сделать
very,
саб
very easy.
3 часа?
A lot of these levels where
Прохождение
there's really
20
tight
игр.
kind of Metroid jumps and stuff, like it's just it's fun to watch.
Сейчас у лак-атака еще один шмап,
Lack is on the,
шмап
looks like the
уровень
X-Wing
будет.
stage. You're gonna probably see the same sort of sweeping back and forth in the first and third phases. As Nespernaling now looks like he's probably gonna pick up a shield or two to get ready. Oh no, actually he's past the shields. He's in the platformer going towards the elevator maze. It's taken a few hits. It is very difficult in this X-Wing stage to avoid the green missiles. If they're near the center of the screen, you either have to shoot them down or you're gonna get hit. You're not avoiding them.
Ну, у лак-атака есть все шансы, кстати. Сделать саб 3 и закончить этот забег.
Do we know what's up with Sidetown, Apollo?
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Okay.
Okay, looks like he's back.
Looking good now.
Так, ну что ж, звезда смерти или еще нет?
Yeah, so like I said, it's tough with the green missiles. It's tough to avoid. You can take damage really quickly if you're not careful. So he's got to get through this again.
Или, видать, лак-атак заново начал проходить этот шмап уровень.
If we have time and the ability, we might end up getting a winners list up, but with us being a little short-handed today, that might be tough to do.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna have a lot of like finishers that hit pretty quickly. Once that gets through, we'll probably have a little more time. And yeah, at some point we could probably put up the
О,
race
Атака 2 хп осталось.
screen as
Нужно
well.
как-то
So that might be an easy way to do it.
выживать.
Yeah, we can probably put it over most of the game screen, I guess.
Один хп осталось. Да, и доживает. До смерти.
I think it looks like we're going to be getting Overswarm in here for a quick winners interview.
Sounds good. Bring him in.
Hey, Overswarm, congrats on the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, much better than I was feeling after Joust.
Yeah, I mean, I was curious about that. How are you feeling, you know, after Joust? Were you still really tilted, or have you done enough of these that you knew, like, hey, you know what, I can come back, I'm good?
I felt pretty confident overall, but like I know that
И Лак-Атак заканчивает игру со временем 3 часа 1 секунда. 3 часа 1 секунда.
Dragon Warrior Randomizer has a ton, and I was like, if you want to guarantee a win,
Ну, можно
you
считать
have
как
to be, like,
саб 3
10
часа, наверное.
minutes ahead of everyone else, and that's pretty
Потому
hard to do.
что
Yeah,
эм,
certainly.
он закончил раньше, чем обычно.
Congratulate Lack on second place at pretty much an exact three-hour time. So congrats, Lack.
Потому что, да, вот закончил игру, надо там на сайте еще время
Speaking of
останавливать.
Arkista's ring, that was the most unreal thing I've seen. You, Lack, and NES Cardinal, I think it was NES Cardinality, all got just an incredible number of fire rods.
That was a PB for me.
I was gonna say, can you talk a little bit about how important that is to get fire rods?
So, the fire rods weren't as important as the stairs, but the main thing about the fire rods is that once you have them, you don't have to worry about a whole bunch of levels in the future. So you don't have to go out of your way to kill things to get items. Because like the last 4 levels, you really want fire rods for them. Like the last 3 or 4. And if you have the fire rods in your inventory already, well, you don't have to worry about it. So you can skip all these extra enemies, and you can skip items on the ground. So you save like a second here, 2 seconds there, plus the time save for the fire rod. So it really helps just keep you relaxed.
Yeah, it was really good to see. Like, we were talking about RNG a couple times, and it's always nice to see when people get good RNG. Like, to be
Ну, можно, кстати,
frankly clear, like I would much rather have get very good RNG.
пересмотреть момент.
Just how people can perform versus.
Там за
just
сколько он
getting
прошел?
good
Наверное,
stuff
все-таки
in there. So that was good to
за
see. But you also, like, you were talking about the
2.59,
stairs, it looked
59,
like
конечно.
most of the stairs you were getting on like first, second, or I think the one where there's all the vertical pass, so you got it on your third try.
And like I got an okay stair in the first one. I didn't get the fairy stairs, but when I got to the one with the spiders, I was like, I have played Arkista's Ring several times this Big 20, and I've never got first stairs here, not once. I'm due. And I was walking towards it, I could feel it. I was like, oh, we're gonna get first try stair. We're gonna go ahead, and it was nothing. But we got first try stair on 30, which is more important. Yeah, the 1319 I got, which may be a 1318 when SRC timing, is actually the fastest run on the board for Arkista's Ring. Like,
Yeah, I have it up right now. It looks like Psytown had a 1325.
Yeah, that is a 6th place on the boards, 6th place run
During the race.
during the race. It's 1 second away from 5th place.
That's incredible. Like, GG, man. That was good. That was great. I mean, it was better than good. That was great.
Yeah.
So
Joust-
what do you think of the list overall?
This is my favorite list so far, mostly because it's got a large variety of games, and I'm particularly good at platformers. I'm not particularly good at puzzle games and things like that. It's not my cup of tea. So you give me something like like Adventure Island 3, I was like, okay, well, yeah, I can learn it and I can do it. And when it comes to NES games, most of them are platformers. But this one had all sorts of games that I just didn't really take to at first. Like, I wasn't good at Trog, I wasn't good at Loops, I wasn't good at Joust, I wasn't good at, like, a whole bunch of stuff. And so I had to make up some strategies. I decided very early on to manip Trog. I tried to play it legit, and my times were oscillating between like 12 minutes and 19 minutes. I was like, that's unacceptable. So I manipped it once, and it didn't work, and then I manipped it again to make it easier to do.
So I like that. I like that. You're just like, yeah, that's unacceptable. We're gonna do better. But I think that paid off though, because Trog was the game that you came from behind, took the lead, and then you never looked back.
Yeah, I knew very early on that Trog was probably the most important run in the game. Because Arkista's Ring, you might get bad luck, they get good luck. Dragon Warrior, you bad luck, they good luck. But there's enough RNG that it's going to even out for the most part. Like, I had a good Arkista's Ring, I had a bad Dragon Warrior randomizer. That kind of stuff. But Trog isn't really RNG. Like, if you can manip it, and a single death, you can lose like a minute or more. Especially if you take a death in Trog, you don't get a warp. And since you don't get a warp, you're playing stages now that you haven't practiced. So I played Trog, I think, once every 2 days, starting like the second week of practice. And most of it was just offline Trog because it's kind of boring to play online. But I have a whole spreadsheet where I took like screenshots of the levels and I mapped it out. And I'm like looking at it during the race. It was very tense because up until the last week, my success rate was maybe 50%.
Nice. I mean, it obviously paid off today. I do want to say congrats to NES Cardinality for the 3rd place finish. He just finished about a minute ago, so congrats, NESC.
I heard he manipped Dragon Warrior Randomizer. Is that true?
He did get a metal
Так, ну
slime
и
right
чё,
away.
NES Cardinality третье место.
I mean, that's up to him to talk about.
So I didn't manip Dragon Warrior Randomizer, but I changed my route right at the very end. I learned that metal slimes don't run away ever if you're 5 or below. And there's a 1-tile path underneath the town with the token.
3 часа, 4 минуты, 24 секунды. Вот такое вот время.
Can't run from a dragon. So I'm going to take that, and if I get a level 5 entry into that area, I get a metal slime. That's a free level 7. That'll make the Stone Man easier. And I never got the metal slime in all of practice, and I got it during the run. I was very excited. I planned it.
Oh, nice. I did see you get that. I also saw you got the blue Drakey really early, and so you had a plan for that too, which was nice to see.
I was super pumped about that. That was what it was the best start I had ever had to a Dragon Warrior Rando. And I was like, wow, we're going to get a great time. Then immediately the Demon Knight killed me. But I didn't even
we saw that. But I mean, you were what, level 3 or 4, like immediately. Like you had hurt more, you felt good, and then you got beat down a bit. But I mean, it still seemed like a pretty, I don't know, it seemed like at least average, if not better than that, even with the couple deaths.
It was pretty below average for me, but like I think as far as Dragon Warrior Randomizer goes, it's about what you expect. Like I was aiming for like 6 flat, and we ended up getting 7. But it's okay. I was fine. Just Arkista's Ring and Dragon Warrior Randomizer evened out.
Anything else you want to say to your fans, the chat, anyone else about the race?
Thanks everyone for joining, and I hope people join the People's Choice in the fall. Everyone's going to be voting for games again, and so it's going to be a list of games that just you guys choose. For this one, we had a pretty involved process for picking the games, and it took a while, and there was over 100 games we had to look at to kind of put a varied list together. We'll actually have a survey that we're going to be sending out to people and asking them like what they thought about the format, the type of games, things like that, and also some questions about how you think we should take the People's Choice voting, which will help us make decisions in the future. I hope everybody enjoyed this list because this was my favorite by far.
Да, по всей
I
видимости,
did
видать,
start getting
будет
burned out, like, a few days before the
следующий
race,
Big 20 на основе
but
выбора зрителей.
when I was doing full runs, like it felt like I was just doing
Но
speed
это
runs for
будет
the most
где-то
part. I did like that
август-сентябрь,
this was
скорее всего.
ultimately shorter than a lot of the other lists.
Где-то примерно в
And,
таких вот днях,
I know that
по всей
I
видимости.
was having some pretty good full runs in practice. But I gotta say, like, I woke up this morning and I turned on Joust and I died like 4 times in a row. I was like, that's not good. And then I opened Lack's stream and I saw him get like the gold time on the spreadsheet for Warriors Woods. I said, that's not good. And then the race starts and then I die and Joust at like 99,750. I just needed one anything to be done and I lost over 2 minutes. So I was very worried up until Trog. So GG to all the runners. And next time, NES Cardinality, definitely use the time tracker. We want to see your secret Dragon Warrior randomizer times.
No,
I'm really
that
excited to
is-
watch his run.
That was one of the various kind of things everyone was wondering about is, you know, how is NESC doing? But
It
no.
was kind of exciting, like not knowing what his times were going to be. It's like, is he just going to wreck everybody, or is it? It's like, what is this? It was
Yeah,
kind
but
of exciting.
Either way, OS, I mean, great job. I mean, it's another win for you. Like, you really crushed the list. Even though you had troubles with Joust, you came back and you destroyed it. So congrats, and I
Thanks.
hope you enjoy the win.
Thank you.
And I think we do also have Lack here. So Lack, congrats on second place. How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling good. A couple rough spots, but overall, you know, hard to be upset with second place behind someone like Overswarm, who's, you know, he's really good at a lot of games and plays well on race days.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to play fairly solid throughout the entire race. Like, how are your general thoughts about how you did?
Well, you know, Joust went really well. Like I golded in Joust for my like full runs, and it was only like plus 30 seconds on the like on my PB, which was really cool to see. But then I took like a bad death in Zexus. Like the jump I go for was really tight, and I just was a little short and ended up dying. And then Loops went okay. Like Loops is one of the games that I'm good at, so it's like, oh well, if I could separate a little bit with Loops. I knew like anything I was doing, if I had kind of any big mistakes, and that was probably going to do it because I know at least for first place. Like I knew I could still have a good run. People are asking, "Oh, what do you expect to place? What do you think you can win?" And I'm like, I mean, I can win, but I doubt I'll win. Everything would have to go really well, and I'd have to.
Так, ну, мы с вами еще тут немножечко посидим тогда.
Frog, like, man,
И закончим Watch Party.
It's a rough game.
Потому
Like,
что
I
же,
didn't
ну,
manipulate
уже и так
anything.
уже
I was
понятно,
going in,
что
like, okay, we're just gonna go for it. 'Cause I knew that if you manipulate
фавориты
it, it's, like, a little
победили.
slower than if you don't, and said, well,
Андердоги
seems
где-то
tough.
еще
Like, it really
it's
на
it is tough.
каком-нибудь
It's a lot to look at. There's
Лаун Моури, блин.
random movements.
Ну да.
Just because you're punching a
Ведь
frog
так оно
doesn't
и
mean that
есть.
it's not gonna hit you. There's a lot of stuff that goes with it. So I
Сайтаун вот закончил.
that game, and you know I had to play several extra levels, but then I got a race PB for Jackie Chan. I was plus 6 seconds, and Alan Sir, I PB'd in Space Skulls. Adventure Island was going extremely well, and then I died to the final boss, and that was like the first real mistake I made there. Everything else went okay. Like Arkista's Ring was my best run I've had. That was my second best run, was in the race. So I had 1435. Like I overheard you guys talking about fire rods. Like I was stocking up fire rods left and right, and I'm like, well,
It was incredible. Like
it really was. I'm glad that the fire rod RNG kind of favored us today, because that is a rough game if you don't have them.
Yeah, like we were talking about, like I would always prefer everyone to have relatively good RNG and just.
Спасибо за топовый стрим, комментаторы с тебя топовые. Спасибо за такие... За такие слова, конечно же, я всегда стараюсь...
Well, every practice run is
делать
gonna be less,
такие
so it's
вот
gonna build up over the course of the
комментарии.
day, so.
Was
Я
it
его Стэн
you? I
сделал
think there was one
комментарии,
of them
когда
where the
они
stairs, there's like 6 stairs up
а,
top, and there's the 3 rooms of 2
готовились
that you had the
к
last
поездке в Казань.
group of 3,
Они
or group of 2 that
фигарили,
you had to go in.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there's like the first set
скажем
you
так,
go in, and then you can walk through the
тренировочные
walls. The
забеги
only
в
reason I
3
went down
играх.
'cause
Вот
there
я
was a
там тоже
jar.
сидел,
I'm like,
комментировал.
well, I need the jar. I gotta get the jar.
Вот.
And I said, you know what? I'm not gonna go to that top right one. And sure enough, that's where it was.
Yeah.
But I got lucky on the first.
Ну, я надеюсь, у Стэнзи, если
second one, it
будут
was like the
потом
second stair, and
такие
the
вот
third RNG stair was the second. I
схожие,
actually walked past the right stair on the last one, and I pulled up the map
схожие соревнования,
that they made
то
in Discord.
почему бы и
I
нет?
was like, oh wait, I missed one, and that was the one.
Если время, конечно, позволяет,
That
на
was
самом-то
good.
деле.
That was fortunate.
That was the only notes I had for the entire run was that last room.
Are there any games on the list that you think you might actually try to get a time on?
Надо в натуре, надо
Well, I
проработать
I do
систему,
wanna, well, so anything that
на
wasn't
самом
like
деле,
full
чтобы
game submittable to speedrun.com, I'm going
отдельный
back.
стрим выделили, и можно было
Warriors
комментировать,
Wood is
и
super
все.
fun. Like,
Тогда
fun and
вообще
interesting game.
шикарно
I know
вообще
that the
будет.
first 20 are much different than the rest of the game, but I am going to put up a 99 level time at some
Но
point.
это только в том
just to try to
случае,
get it.
если я вдруг не буду
Star Wars
бегать
is
Биг
super
20.
fun, but I
Not Firebrov
wanna, like,
заканчивает
I really
прохождение
wanna play that game, but man, the
Звездных
asteroids
войн.
is so fun. Asteroids, like,
Топ-5 занимает, то и следа Маркус занимает 6-е
I don't know.
место.
I don't think I could do that
Разница
if
в
we didn't
6,
run for
6
a
секунд.
while. Lawnmower, I think I could definitely improve because I like
Вот.
only learned the lawns for this.
Вот так вот.
I did like get a real PB in this, kind of in this practice session. I don't know. Streamers is another one. Like Streamers went really well. That's a super fun game. Definitely not playing Trog. Definitely not gonna play Joust anymore. Those are not for me. But
Fair enough. I mean,
there's a lot that I.
there's
do wanna
always
play
going to
Plus.
be probably almost half the games that you're like, I will never play those again.
Yeah, I want to get like like I was on this pace in Trog for a sub 11.
Так, это лично у меня. Если что. Скорее всего. Или опять упал. Скорее всего... Да, это опять стрим упал у них.
11.
Или нет? Или живем, или нет? Ничего не знаю. Да, снова упал. О, ну как, конечно, в неприятные моменты, когда там еще и интервью дают от призеров. Ну, технические, да, проблемы всегда появляются. Не всегда же на 100% все это работает. Смага. Куда-то ты не туда. Видать, обсервер не тот канал выбрал, по всей видимости. Да. Еще у нас на инет жалуются. Все жалуются, конечно, да. И я жалуюсь. Там же не только вот эти вот ваши оптоволоконный интернет. Я до них еще не дошел, как бы.
It looks like we might
самом
be
деле.
back. Chat, are we back?
I
У меня
see
все
why.
еще интернет по воздуху идет.
You were back.
Does look
И
like
тоже
a-
нагрузки
Okay, my
бывают
bad,
на самом
everyone.
деле.
The
I know you
stream
probably
key
can't-
reset.
You probably can't hear me if you don't see the
Принято,
stream, but if you do not see the stream, feel free to refresh.
принято как хахами кидаться, если раз в год канал
So, Black,
оборвался
you said you had a
внезапно.
few questions.
Даже не слышал об этом.
I forgot what they were. Oh yeah, just like was so. OS
А,
was in the lead
4G,
most of the
естественно,
time.
потому что на 3 я бы так не стримил на самом
Did
деле.
other runners, like kind of get close or anything
Yeah,
like
Я
that?
не раз об этом
mean,
говорю,
up
то, что по
until
нашей улице пока что нет
probably,
возможности провести
like around the
оптоволокно, а
bound
уж тем
thing,
более
keeping the
провести вот
farm,
эту вот
like,
линию
it
для
was
оптоволокна.
you and NES Cardinality
Но в
were
2 километрах от
very,
моей
very
улицы
close.
там находится
Oh, okay.
оптоволокно как
But- and
раз.
up until probably
Но денег
Spaceballs-ish, like Arcus
у одной
was also
компании
right
нет
there
ни
as
хрена,
well.
чтобы
So
вот
there
эту
were
вот
4
линию
people for
провести.
roughly the first
Вообще никакого
8
нет.
to 12 games that
Либо
were
денег
very, very close,
нет,
and
либо
then
по
OS
договору
kind of
они не
broke away,
могут
and that
сделать
allowed us to
этого.
stream Chicken of the Farm a lot more kind of
Точнее, по
ranked.
численности
Yeah,
населения.
he's-
И уж
yeah,
тем
he's
более
got really
в...
solid time in lawnmower, so.
И уж тем более проводить в мой частный дом.
Dragon Warrior just did not go my way.
Вот.
I was like, every time I took a step, I'm dying. I think I died 3 times when I didn't want to.
И вот
You know, that's just
уже
that.
столько лет,
That was,
конечно, и
you know, a little
никакого
worried at how
прогресса
randomizer would
в этом нет.
function in like a race setting like this,
Да,
where everybody knows the
ты
same,
прав.
but I guess that just kind of it just
А
kind
мне
of dice
симк
roll at that point. It's like, okay, well, who's going to be
как раз
rewarded
именно та.
today? And you know, as long as I was getting near my average, I wasn't going to be too upset. Like even if it was above or below. So it was fun. I'd never played Dragon Warrior Randomizer. I think all except 3 of these games were brand new to me when we came into this.
Я как раз
I think
сижу
that's one of the most special
на
things about
операторе,
20s is just how many games are new for
у
people.
которой первая буква
Yeah, I had
R
really good times.
называется.
Happy with,
Ну а что
turned out.
поделать?
So,
Потому что
Any
я с
last
прошлым
messages
оператором
for
никак
friends,
не
chatters,
смог
etc.?
смириться из-за того,
well,
что по
thanks,
вечерам
thanks everyone for participating and
очень-очень
just
лютые
kind of pushing everybody
нагрузки
to go lower.
и
Big 20s are
входящая
big.
скорость выше,
It is a big
наверное,
commitment to
2 мегабит в
practice
секунд
and
я не
race and
получал
just
абсолютно. А
thrilled
вот
that we can, you know,
отдача
put on this event.
вроде бы
You know, there's no
для
event unless
стрима
everybody plays, so
пойдет.
we're happy to see as many people
Но и
play as
бывают
possible.
тоже
Hope to see
такие
y'all
моменты,
in the
когда
fall and hopefully for
и
some other
исходящая
events,
скорость
like,
просаживалась
leading
тоже.
up to that. You know, that'd be cool. So hopefully, Best of NES will continue to carry the torch for Nintendo.
Awesome. Well,
Но мне
congrats
пришлось
again, Vlad. Congrats on the second place.
поменять
I know, like,
симку,
pretty much
ну,
exactly
уже
for
подороже
our time.
немного, считай.
Really, really good time. So, congrats, and we'll see you, I assume,
Потому
in
что
the fall.
сейчас практически
Thanks, guys.
нет
See ya.
Have a good one, GG.
вот этих
Thanks,
вот
Bob.
I do
безлимитных
wanna give
тарифов
call-outs to, I think we called out NES Cardinality
для
first and
вот
third,
этих
but we
вот
have
модемов.
Sidetown
Их
fourth at a
практически нет.
3:11. Firebroth and Arcus
Уже вот
coming in
не
6
осталось,
seconds
считай.
apart in fifth and
Но
sixth.
есть
And then Bright
у меня
Shadow
вот как
finishing
раз
seventh, and Ferret Deputy finishing eighth. So
архивная
congrats to our
сим-карта с
top 8
вот этим вот
finishers.
тарифом
Looks like
безлимитным.
Graceful
Но
also just finished.
поскольку тоже люди жалуются на то, что по вечерам очень хреновая работа интернета мобильного, тем более и на 4G. Скорость маленькая, и входящий, и исходящий. Но зато пинг нормальный, да.
We're trying to see who else is on.
25 миллисекунд в моем случае как раз
Seeing a bunch of finishers come
самый
back to
такой
back.
удобный. Но вот на моем текущем сейчас операторе там варьируется там где-то 65-80, что
The GG.
неудобно для игры во всяких там ретро-играх через эмуляторы. А вот остальные игры по типу там Apex, что там еще-то, блин. Все остальное там все спокойно. Вроде бы разницы такой сильно не чувствую. А вот через эмулятор играть там, да. Жопоболь небольшая. Я прям чувствую задержку импута, когда ты нажимаешь кнопку, а он примерно через полсекунды срабатывает. На московском сервере как раз. Да. Да. Ну, тем более,
Hey, Scytown, welcome.
на пинг-то ладно, похрен, но вот скорость мне пока что
Congrats on
устраивает.
the
Вот
finish. How are you feeling?
вечером, или считай глубокой ночью, да, максимально выдает сколько там? 50 мегабит в секунду. Да, это прям самая оптимальная скорость. Но днем не 50, а где-то вот 20-25. Ночью
So, I mean,
исходящая,
work-wise,
ну, где-то до 20 бывает, но в остальное время где-то 12.
what were your expectations coming into this? What did you
Как раз для стрима и тоже вот удобное. Мне как раз для стрима и оператора пришлось менять все же. А так-то пофиг на остальное. Ну и хрен с ним, там плачу немного выше. Но
No, I
тем
mean,
более.
you
Безлимит,
did great.
безлимит,
I
ну и
mean,
все.
it was always something that
И,
you were
и я
like,
вот
we
сколько я
usually
вот
have our
потратил,
top three
кстати,
on the top half of the screen, and then we cycle through everyone else. But you were
за,
like right there the entire time. So I
за
mean,
предыдущий
it
месяц
was
или
really
за
good to
30
see you
дней.
doing
Сейчас
really
как
well.
вот узнать-то я видал.
How do you feel about the list as a
Нет,
whole?
не здесь.
I enjoyed quite a bit of this. There were a couple games that honestly
Вот это,
I'd never
по-моему.
heard of before, and I'm in love with them. Arkista's Ring and Loops. I
Во,
didn't know either
нашел.
one of those games existed, and I played them
Значит, за
just for
последние
fun.
30 дней я
Yeah, it was
использовал
good times.
использовал
And I think, I'm trying
трафика
to remember
на
back to the spreadsheet. I think you
917
had,
гигабайт.
was it Al Unzers who had the best time on the
917
spreadsheet?
за вот эти
Oh,
30
yeah,
дней.
yeah, yeah. Tied JK, but
А с
so we had a 248.
моим предыдущим оператором это часов в 3 раза меньше.
Oh, Overswarm took down Arkista's. Nice. I had that one until like now.
Померил свой
Well, yeah, until
16.8
literally during the
для
race, he
входящего
got
окей.
that today.
А вот
No, like
0.62
during the
исходящий,
race. It
если
was, he had really good
для
stair
стрима,
RNG, and
это никуда.
everyone in our top 3 or
Никуда не
4 were
пойдет.
getting just like fire rods beyond imagination. So it was really good to see.
I was struggling with that in that game this time. So my final door or my final staircase was actually behind the key door.
Поселки на 1000 человек на окраине города. Так они же, по идее, должны...
Good.
А фиг
Do you
знает.
think so?
Должны
You had
или
talked
не
about
должны
Loops and I think Arkista's Ring. Are there any
оптовое
other
окно
games you think
проводить.
you might keep playing after this?
Well, I know I'm not going to play Star Wars ever.
А фиг знает. Как у них все это работает вообще?
But, yeah, I mean, I love quite a few of these. Well, Trog I used to have the world record in. So
Не,
that's
это
fun.
просто, блин, такая больная тема для меня обсуждать
During the Big 20.
про интернет и
And,
прочее, оптовое окно, все такое, как
also Trog. I really
как они
liked that
вообще
game. I didn't think I was going
не
to. I
проводят
don't normally like cartoony games,
и так далее.
and that was a lot of fun. So
А,
it was
есть
kind
100
of like to
мегабит?
branch
Ну
out
вот,
a
тем
little bit
более.
and play games that I wasn't comfortable doing.
Это
So
даже
those kind of
хорошо.
games
Я
I
даже
was
завидую
too much.
тем людям, у которых уже
So seeing as
это
this is a
оптовое окно
decent
уже есть.
platform to tell people what your wheelhouse is, what do you usually prefer? What do you usually
Там,
stream?
если не
So I'm
по
definitely
технологии
the full one
GPON,
randomizer
да,
guy.
вот,
So
который
if you,
максимально
if you go to my stream
дает как
almost
раз,
any other
наверное,
time of
и
the year,
сотку.
it's
А там
just
еще
that.
экспон еще у них называется. То есть
And
там уже
maybe a little bit of a couple other games, but
1
for the most part,
гигабит
it's
вроде
all
как.
randomizer. And we're actually in the tournament right now, so this is fun. We got two things going on at the same time.
Я просто завидую, конечно, блин.
Awesome. No, Z1 randomizer is always really fun to watch. Any messages for friends or chat out there?
Well, Homer J Smash, he'll watch this after he gets back from a cruise.
and I'll just do the "Yo, Adrian, I did it" thing for him. So "Yo, Smash, I did it." So we're good. But beyond that, thank you so much for bringing me in and letting me chat with you. I'm gonna get out of here. So
А
you
то
guys
сейчас, если
have
был
a
бы у
great
меня,
day, and
допустим,
appreciate everybody
оптовое окно,
taking
я
the
бы
time
сейчас
out.
так разгулялся бы,
No, awesome finish, Town. Like, congrats. And
стримил
have
бы
a good rest of
всякие
your
там,
Saturday.
Appreciate it, dude. Have a great day.
Awesome race. See ya.
допустим, игры по онлайну через
Catching up, but
эмуляторы,
I did
да?
think we had Gray Skull finished in
Вот,
9th
что там
place,
еще-то можно,
Packers,
вот.
Parapaki in 10th, and Blunt Bunny finished in 11th. Like, and those were all
Торренты
pretty
скачивать,
quick
вот.
there. I think there was actually only 5 seconds between Ferret and
Смотря,
Gray Skull, so congrats to everyone who finished.
Смотря с каким объемом памяти, конечно, этот торрент. Всякие там порты открывать, чтобы типа свой сервак
And if any of the
делать.
finishers do want to hop in to chat, like go ahead, hop into the
Или
join
через,
this,
допустим, peer-to-peer
before
connection, вот
call
этот.
in the Best of NES Discord. Be happy to get you in here if you do want to chat. Looks
Но, к
like
сожалению,
Mr. PUBG is on
для меня
Star
такой
Wars. We have a few
возможности
people on
сейчас
Star Wars.
нет,
BTS is on
абсолютно.
Star Wars. MTI is on Star Wars. Worldwide Nuking is on Star Wars.
Приходится сидеть с чем...
Looks like Packy might want to chat if you want to
С
bring
чем
him a
есть,
follow.
как говорится.
Hey, Packy, what's going on? GG's in the run.
GG's indeed. Thank you guys very much. I am thrilled with the top 10 finish. You have no idea.
Yeah, you eked in right at 10th. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful. I mean, a few things went wrong during that run, and when a run's this long, something's gonna go wrong at some point. So you just gotta be ready for when that happens. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I think is the most
А мы
important in
как
this race
пробовали.
is when things do go wrong. Like, how do you
Давно это
recover? How
было.
do you kind of put
Пробовали.
it aside and just realize, I have X number of games left.
Типа
Let's just do the best I can in those.
в отдаленной вот
Let's see
этой
what happens.
местности
But
как
no, I
раз
mean,
вот радиус,
you
не
pulled together
радиус,
an awesome
а
time.
расстояние
Like,
как раз 2
outside of,
километра, там
like,
стоит
what games do you think you did best?
столб с этими антеннами.
Wario's Woods for
И
sure.
через
I did
тарелку
really well in
как-то
Woods. I think I
улавливать
had a
вот
sub
этот
6
вот
in that, so that felt really good.
интернет. Ну, приезжали к нам
Those were, like, puzzle games in
сотрудники, они
general.
смотрели
So I think
и
that's
сказали
my
то,
ways
что
so far, my bread and butter.
не только
I mean, I think there are
расстояние
plenty of
далеко,
people
но
who
еще
would-
и
that would actually both
преграды
agree with
есть в
you that
виде
Wario's
деревьев
Woods is one of
там
the best games on the list, and also probably
и
almost an equal amount
некоторых
that would say
домов.
it's one of the
И
worst
то
games on
есть
the list. But I'm on the former. I love Wario's Woods.
Oh yeah.
нет такой возможности
Like,
через
I used to
даже
speedrun
тарелку
SMS
фигарить.
Wario's Woods just to go on a tournament a few years back, and it's just a
Поэтому
very
вот
unique puzzle
единственная,
game.
самая единственная проблема,
In almost
конечно.
every puzzle game you ever played,
Но лучше уж проще
like, things
оптовое
slowly
окно, чем
coming down,
всякие
slowly coming up.
тарелки,
But you're like,
воздухи
but it's you're
и
you're
тому
actually in there,
подобное.
you gotta arrange everything yourself like a worker bee or ant or something like that, and it's fascinating to me in that aspect.
Yeah, definitely. Are there any other games that maybe you hadn't played before this list that you want to keep running and see if you can get a good time in?
I might go back to loops one of these days just to see how well I can do on the leaderboard, even though I'm pretty much hovering around 5.5
Просто
minutes on my best times.
если вот
'Cause, that last minute or so is just the hardest
представить,
to knock off.
если вдруг
Yeah. No, I could.
если
I could
вдруг
definitely see
проведут
that.
оптовое окно на мою улицу, одну
Honestly,
единственную
like,
улицу, то сколько человек будут
I've been
пользоваться
following
им?
speedrunners since 2015,
Вот я знаю,
and I
вот
just
сосед
have
у
a
меня,
lot of- I wanna say I have a lot of appreciation
там
and
еще сосед,
admiration
это
for
уже
what you guys
2,
do, and just the sheer amount of discipline it
3
takes to- or patience
дома,
in some
так,
cases,
4,
to just
включая
play
меня.
the same game so many times and get so incredibly good at it that you can do things like that. Because I ordinarily do not have that kind of patience.
Ну, не знаю, примерно домов
No, I mean, at
8,
least
что ли?
after-
Но это очень мало, конечно.
Okay, let's calm down a little
И
bit.
ради
JKL.
такого, блин,
Sorry, I was just. I got
они это
distracted
будут
by
делать.
JKL there. But
All good.
I would definitely say you can say we, not you now when you talk about speedrunners. You did just finish top 10
Да.
in the Big 20 race, so.
Для них это, конечно, невыгодно.
That feels great. I mean,
Даже очень.
I was probably most worried about Adventure Island for obvious enough reasons.
Потому что оптовое окно это не даже не самый
No,
дешевый
yeah, they
материал.
definitely are.
Еще вот
But,
эти
I mean,
оборудования где-то надо
like you said, even if
устанавливать,
you have a little bit of
кабеля
people in the game,
прокладывать еще
like,
заодно.
the race is 20 games long, and
Да.
you can definitely make up for it if you can get it out of your head. You can do a lot better with the other 19.
Yeah.
Any shout outs or other things you want to give to people?
I did. There's two speedrunners in particular that I kind of find a little bit inspiring. Ness Cardinality for one, just because of his absolutely saintly patience, and it's just fun watching his streams because he's just a calm and cool guy all the time. And the other is
Absolutely.
the Mexican runner who I've known for a while, and just those two in particular.
Поэтому вот так как-то люди борются с этим цифровым неравенством.
I mean, if you're gonna shout out two runners, I mean, NES Cardinality and TMR are two of the best people you can shout out. So I think that's
Вот
very
они,
fair.
блин,
Was
лапшу
this-
на уши
Forgive
вешают.
me, was this your first Big 20?
Мы боремся с этим цифровым неравенством, мы хотим провести в каждый отдаленный дом вот это вот оптовое окно на технологии джипон в самые далекие края, даже где-то в глуши, там тоже в лес тоже мы будем все это делать, блин. Чтобы люди могли пользоваться интернетом нахрен и пользоваться всеми ресурсами, блин. 23-й год нахрен. И где этот прогресс?
Incredible job.
Thank you, man. All right. Take it easy. I'm going to let someone else come in here.
Sounds good. Have a good rest of the day.
You too, man.
I think we're gonna bring in Bright Shadow next, Apollo.
Yeah, that works. We can bring in Bright Shadow.
Hey, welcome, Bright Shadow. How are you doing?
Yes, hello. The adrenaline has still not worn off.
I can imagine. How does it feel finishing top 10 in 7th place?
That was awesome. I mean, I knew that my
Все, Гонорбойс заканчивает Star Wars наконец-то. У Кристин и Битис. Предпоследний уровень прямо сейчас. Worldwide Ноклинг. Тоже вот подходит к предпоследнему уровню. Мистер PUBG и Garbage Speedwalker на тире как раз к Звезде Смерти летают.
I pulled it out anyway. I just had to take a moment to calm down. I'm still not calm.
So, for people who don't usually do this, when you get to game 20, you've been doing this for over 3 hours. What does it feel like when you hit something like that in Star Wars and you?
Я, по-моему, говорил на каком-то стриме, что пытались развести как раз. На что-то. На что развести меня пытались, непонятно, но тема как раз была насчет сбор заявки на проведение вот, интернета от компании R.
Yeah, I mean that's very easy to say. I feel like as a
заявки. Какие вы заявки там хотите собрать-то?
I feel like that's easier said than done.
На что?
I mean, it's very well said.
Еще заявки какие-то, блядь, ага.
No. I mean, if you're finishing 7th in a Big 20, you are certainly a speedrunner.
I'll take it.
What games did you love in the list?
Well, the game that I voted for when we were picking things in the Discord was Lawnmower times 15, and I don't care what else. My lawnmower run was, I had one fail, but it went pretty smooth. So I was very happy with that. I love Lawnmower. Lawnmower is my first serious speed game.
Насколько мне известно, компания R подрядили как раз реализовывать программу у интернета в каждый дом. Да что-то нифига подобного. В мою... Вот я один раз писал в ВК. То есть, какой вопрос-то был? Когда вы мне проведете нахрен как раз оптовое окно? Сначала построить линию, вот это, а уж потом все остальное. Они мне говорят, а вы оставьте свой номер телефона, блин, для... Это самое. Для того, чтобы мы потом с вами связались и поговорили по телефону. Блин, а не могли они просто вот так вот ответить сразу? Ни хрена подобного. Ну, вроде я им оставил, потом позвонили. Официально было. Потом мне по смс-ке прислали. Потом ответ как раз приходил по смс-ке, что не. Вроде бы нет такой возможности. Сейчас поищу, кстати. Вроде бы как раз смс-ка-то осталась-то. Сейчас. Как раз вроде смс-ка-то осталась. Уважаемый клиент, так, ваша заявка номер такой-то решена. Потом на следующий день. По вашей заявке отсутствует возможность подключить проводные услуги. Вот ответ. А почему? Потому что нет такой линии. Я не знаю, как они там смотрели на самом деле.
Any other shout outs you want to make before we hop on to somebody else?
Shout outs to the mystery tournament crew. If it weren't for
В общем, ладно, эту тему можно на самом деле продолжать сколько угодно.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout outs to the mystery.
Я уж и не знаю.
Congrats again.
Хорошо это или плохо?
Amazing job.
Как вообще к такой компании относится? Позитивно или негативно? Или как раз смешано? Я уж там не говорю об таких вот интернетах, которым к спутниковым вот этим тарелкам подключается. Я манал их цены, манал их тарифы. Называется триколор интернет. У них цены безбашенные какие-то. Кто вообще будет такой покупать? У них есть спутниковый интернет. Но цены пиздец, конечно. Цена тарифа вот у них. Интернет безлимитный 40. 40 на входящий, 10 исходящий. Объем трафика без ограничений и 7000 рублей в месяц. Я могу с такой скоростью в 10 раз меньше заплатить. Не, какой в 10? В 7. Прям сейчас. С ума сошли, блять, конечно.
Really fun, like super fun. I've wanted to participate in this for like ever, like since the first one, but I've just never either, I don't know, something was always in the way of me doing it, or I just didn't feel like, I don't know, like I could do it. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna be able to like compete today at all. So
well, I mean, I'm glad you did. You did very well. Like, what do you think?
Так, ну что, давайте-ка посмотрим, как закончат вот эти вот два участника. Asmadi Games и Coconut ED 5. И можно заканчивать уже. Мы не будем долго тут сидеть, конечно.
and then everything else, like I guess the really good games.
Это, скажем
Star Wars
так,
was good. Like some of them, I'm
овертайм,
not bad at
типа.
that game, even though I don't
Потому
like
что и
it.
основной стрим тоже
I got like a
потом
11
будут заканчивать,
something,
они тоже
which I think is pretty
не
good.
будут очень
And I
долго
was aiming for a
сидеть.
12. So I feel like I got
Okay.
Кто у нас там
the hard games. I feel
дисквалифицировался?
like a lot of the hard
Мисс
games I did good,
Макдудал
the easy games
не
I
смог
didn't.
завершить гонку.
So even Joust was, I guess, I was trying to like remember, but like Joust was also something I was worried about, and that went pretty good.
Good. Do you think you'd ever do another Big 20, or was this a one and done?
I might do another one. Maybe the next go around I will, but I feel like I need a lot of decompression.
Так, 18 участников завершили гонку. Один не сумел завершить. Ну, значит, осталось 26 участников.
So I feel like 5 weeks is just enough time. But like this last week, I'm like, man, I'm ready to just do this race.
Actually, I think that might be one of the most important
Так, у Коконата уже звезда смерти.
People don't realize about Big 20s is just like how mentally taxing it can be. Can you, like, do you feel comfortable talking a little bit about that?
Like how mentally taxing it is?
Yeah, and just like how by the end of it, you're almost, sometimes you're just like, I want.
И заканчивает Коконат.
Yeah, I guess like, I mean, once you finish the last game, you're like at that point you're.
Так, ну чё, остается у нас Асмади Games к завершению прохождения Star Wars. Можно заканчивать.
It was really tough to overcome that. It was a huge learning curve. Just understanding the stages, understanding like the X-Wing stages.
Райан Видеогеймер только начинает проходить 20-ю игру.
It's like, all right, all you gotta do is like kind of fine tune everything.
Та-та-та, та-та-тан, та-ра-тан.
You gotta just push past it. Like, and just, I've done too much work, a month's worth of work to not compete. That would be like, you know, terrible to just not compete in it after doing all this.
So. Yeah, I mean that sounds a little tortuous, but I think that's actually a feeling that more people have than you or others understand. Like, I mean, I've done Big 20s, I've won a Big 20. Like, you get to that point that you're just like, I can't wait for this to be over. And you have fun during race day. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's still a little bit of a chore sometimes.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like, I wasn't even, strangely enough, I wasn't even nervous going into it. But I think once I got the streamers, for some reason, I was getting a little tilted just because it was going bad. But once I was past that, it was fine. Like, I was like, whatever, I'm just going to do the best I can. And, yeah, just...
Я не знаю, я, наверное, потом сейчас зарейдю на Best of NES как раз. Пофиг. Я там отдельно вне стрима буду на фоне смотреть стрим до того, как они тоже закончат.
No, I'm happy you joined it. You're someone I've watched a lot of speedrunning for over the years, and so I was actually really happy to see you join.
Давай, Асмади, тащи.
Like I said, I had no idea that you were going to do this. But it was really good to see you. I was happy to see you.
Не дай темной силе поглотить тебя.
That's awesome. Hopefully I'll do the next one, but we'll see. I mean, this was kind of like impromptu. I just first started by just checking out the games list and just seeing.
Шин Дик Пик. Интересный никнейм, конечно.
Once I started playing them, I was like, all right, try it and see if we can finish by race day.
Yeah. Do you have more of like a desire to join one of these where it's all new games, or would you actually prefer to join one of the People's Choice ones in the fall where it's a lot of the popular games?
I think either one. Like, it's cool. It was cool to like see a lot of these games. I don't think the only one that I played beforehand was Trog. The rest of them I'd never played before.
Okay.
So it's cool to see the new games, but like I feel like they're just different experiences because I think a lot of the viewers' choice games I've played, especially the Mario and Zelda games, like a lot of
Certainly.
those I've played. So I imagine like those are. I feel like the viewers' choice ones are probably more competitive because more people are familiar with those games.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like 100%. I know you gave a little bit of a shout out already. Do you have anyone else you want to call out before we let you go on your way?
Yes, Claude, Spanda, Christmas, my wife if she's listening, Zorm. I appreciate all your support for allowing me to do this and pushing me through it.
У
Awesome. Well, congrats again,
JD
Vlad. You
Сильва
got
проблемы.
11th, and I think it was what 324, but I mean that's an incredible time. I mean, I hope
Как-то не
you enjoyed
удается
your first big 20.
уничтожить
I did,
фиговину.
and I appreciate you
Вот
guys
эту.
putting this on and keeping it going. It's good for the community.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good rest of your Saturday.
You too.
Может, повыше надо забраться по лестнице, не? Или какой-то там этот
Okay, I'm trying to figure out
сабпиксель.
where
Во,
we left
все-таки
off. I know,
уничтожает.
yeah, I
Так,
know we
последняя
called out
тычка у
Well, I'm just gonna call it
Асмадии.
the rest. So
Главное
Packy did
жить.
finish out.
Главное
We already
жить.
interviewed Packy at 10th. Blunt Bunny at 11th. MTI
Главное
finished at
жить.
330 for 12th.
Блин.
Narblast
Ah.
13th. Christine is 14th, who we're going to get in here in 1 second for an interview. BT's was
4
15th.
конта
Mr. PUBG
осталось.
16th. Worldwide Nukeling in 17th. Rojo in 18th. And Coconut is finished at 344.51 in 19th place. So we are almost done with our top 20. But I think we are going to bring in Christine for an interview. Hey, Christine, how's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
So how'd the race go? We see you finished in 14th at 337. Did that meet your expectations?
Well, I'm sorry, I had some echo. It went pretty well. A little disappointed in how I finished. I had a few people telling me that I could probably top 10. But looking at the time, so it looks like 322 is probably the 10th place time. And I think my sum of best on full runs was probably a 319. So I would have been hard pressed to hit that. I had a really, really good pace going until I hit Star Wars, and then I just ran into a brick wall. So
I mean, it is usually the last game of a Big 20 is pretty difficult, and I feel like Star Wars is no different there.
yeah, Star Wars is pretty tough.
So, I mean, you said Star Wars went badly. What went well for you?
I actually PB'd in Gyromite on the goal. So I came right out with a PB, and that was really exciting. Joust went really well. I hit the 100K.
О, и наконец-то Асмади достигает звезду смерти.
I'm pretty notorious for getting just awful RNG when I play games. But loops actually went pretty well. So those are probably the runs that I was the most happy with.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this a little earlier, but I think Loops is the game on the list that I hadn't played that I still haven't played that I really do want to try. It actually, I feel like it will make me
Покушать
really
час бы
frustrated, but
что-нибудь
I think I'll also
под
really
глубокой
enjoy it.
ночью.
For sure, it's definitely one of those games where
И все, и...
you have the grid,
Ай,
you kind of map out where
Асмади,
you
какая
piece, because after you play
ошибка!
for a while, you know which pieces you're likely to get, and so you kind of map out and say,
Впиливается в стенку как раз перед этим выходом. Ой, блин. Досадная ошибка как раз.
Yes, thank you, Mike Tyson.
Там, небось, хитбоксы корабля настолько огромные, что аж
I know. I think some of my
перед
favorite
концовкой
times watching- I mean,
уровня
I say favorite for myself, obviously not for
пилился.
the runner, but some of the more humorous times is when you're watching loops and they're like, well, I can't get this piece right now, and then you know that's the next piece that's showing up.
Главное
and
до
then there's a
гейм-овера
lot of
не
cursing
дойти.
and possibly a reset or whatever. But what other games on the list did you think were either really suited to you or that you might want to play in the future?
So one really good thing about this list, and I don't know if anybody else has mentioned this, but so Overswarm hosts the Zenith competition. I'm not sure if he still does it, but I know that he's done a few.
Прямо,
There's
наконец-то, GG.
Zenith number 2, which I
Ух,
participated in.
ну теперь уж
All of the games from Zenith 2,
точно
with the exception
закончил.
of 2 of them, are in this list, I believe. So I was familiar with a lot of these games coming in. I actually really thought.
Ну все, на этой ноте можно
such a cool game.
заканчивать просмотр
It flows really well.
Big 20, ну в моем случае,
And another game
с
that I
моими
really
комментариями.
was Jackie Chan. That game flows really well as a speedrun.
В следующий раз надо как вот идею вот эту попробовать реализовать. Прям очень интересно, конечно, идея. Если, конечно, я вот поговорю, и как они это вот увидят, все это. Ладно, в общем, чё? Завтра я отдыхаю. На следующей неделе мы возвращаемся к стримам. Будет один день стрима по FIFA 97 для Мегадрайва. Потом будет отдельная дата для последней игры, 100-й для Мегадрайва. Ну а насчет там остальных дней мне надо подумать, во что я буду играть и стримить. Может, да что-то и будет. Ладно, спасибо, что смотрели. До следующего стрима.